Oh, thank you. That's very kind. Nah, I hope I can back it up. Oh, Lord. Uh-oh. No, this is the thing. I have not been to St. Louis much, but I got in last night, and I've had a great time so far. You have a beautiful, beautiful city. You have a beautiful museum. Lots of stolen art. Lots of, like, y'all got it good. Like, I was looking around like, wow, that's from Egypt. Oof. And he really in there too. That's crazy. Oh, I had some great pancakes. You know, this has been wonderful, and the people here are incredibly sweet, incredibly nice. Yeah, this is like. But y'all have some. Y'all do have some demons, all right? Like this is chaotic. Like y'all have the Midwest nice on lock. I'm just saying, a cut below that, like a paper cut below that. Y'all are wildin', like. So I flew in. I didn't have a car, so I've taken like 4 Ubers since I've been here for very short trips, right? Very short. We're talking less than $10 trips, just over here to over here, because I don't know if I'm gonna make it on foot, right? Like this is not the most walkable city. Like I walked out of my hotel thinking like, I'll just take a walk, and I look both ways, and I look, and the way that this truck zoomed past me, I was like, you know what? I'm gonna go ahead and order, you know, just so I have some armor around me. And the dude driving couldn't have been nicer. I get in, he's like, Josh. I was like, yeah, wow, you really excited, like you know me. That's crazy. Excited to see you. I get in and we're talking about the day and everything. And then out of truly out of nowhere, my man just looks ahead and his whole face changes, and he yells out in the car. So his windows aren't down. Nobody can hear him but me. This is for nobody but him and I. This man goes, it doesn't take 2 lanes to turn right. And I don't know if this is how everybody is driving. I don't know if this is like the 4th time this has happened today. But the way he snapped, I thought he was going to get out of the car. And not like stop the car and get the other guy to stop and get out and fight. I mean Mission Impossible, leave me behind. Get out of the window while the wheel is still turning. This has been, oh wow. Like y'all really have some people out here where I'm like, okay, all right. That's a real New Yorker. You just don't know it. Like you've been raised here. So then you're like, no, let's be polite, make eye contact and everything. But then the way that there was a guy. Okay, so it wasn't even like y'all don't have the busiest walkways. Okay, so there's only I was walking today. Everybody else was in a vehicle. And so I saw these 2 guys. I can't remember the name of the grocery store now, but like I was in the grocery store and these 2 guys bumped into each other and they both like over apologized, right? They both bumped in and he was, I'm sorry, and the other guy was like, I'm so sorry, brother. I wasn't even paying attention to you. And he's like, well, what's on your mind, buddy? And he's like, I've just been going through a lot, you know what I mean? Other man was like, well, you know, this is what the grocery store's for, to meet people, to talk about things. I was like in the distance just getting disgusted. I was like, when are y'all gonna fight already? This is gross. Did y'all have a good Halloween? No? Okay. I know it's over, but I'm like the opposite. I talk about Halloween and watch horror movies way longer after Halloween is over. I'm like the opposite of the Christmas people, because some of the Christmas people have already started. They've already broken out the Mariah Carey, they've already done certain stuff, and I'm still stuck on Halloween. It was one of my favorite holidays growing up, and my grandma would sometimes take me trick-or-treating. And my grandma was one of my favorite people. And I remember it was one year she took me, I think I dressed up as Superman or something, and she had me, and she loved to take me places. This is one of my core memories, right? My grandma sees me in my little Superman outfit, and she's like, "You go, Superman." And then I did a little cape thing. I was like, yeah. And then she's got me hand in hand, and we decided to, go to a couple houses, go trick-or-treating. Now, this was not the best neighborhood, so there was gonna be very little trick-or-treating, period. Like, this is already, anybody who's from a place that is not where you wanna stay knows what I'm talking about. So we go up to the first house, and I knock on the door, they open my trick-or-treat, and then they give me a little, maybe 2-3 pieces of candy. And then in the distance, we hear some gunshots. And then my grandma was like, "Can you give him a couple extra pieces? Because we gonna go back home right now." So this really is, not to put all the pressure on you, but like, come to think about it, you don't want to be opening your door that much tonight, so you might as well just give him the bag. I mean, and so we went back to my grandma's house, and I'm sitting there, and like, part of the joy trick-or-treat isn't just getting the candy. It's like going places, having the adults be like, "Oh, Superman, I had no idea," or whatever. Just the whole experience. And so the fact that I wasn't gonna get to do it, I was bummed out. I was like 8. I was just bummed out, right? And so after maybe 10 minutes passed, I turned to my grandma. I'm like, "Grandma, are you sure we can't go back out and trick-or-treat?" And I don't know if y'all who grew up in the South here, but Southern grandmas especially, they turn on you. They very, very sweet people, but as soon as you like cross, they just turn, right? So I'm like, "Grandma, can't we go trick-or-treat just for a little while, And my grandma turns to me, she's like, "Boy, are you stupid? Are you stupid? Did you not hear the gunshot?" And then she made me sit there with her, right? And this took all 5 minutes. I don't want you to think she was torturing me or anything. But she sat with me there for 5 minutes and just made me count out the gunshots with her. And every once in a while, my grandma would be like, "That's you? That's you too?" My grandma cracked me up, because especially anybody who has grandparents knows that in one form or another, your grandparents have lived long enough that they have some arch nemesis out there. They take different forms, but there was this one person that was one of my grandma's arch nemesis. We still don't know who it is, but they would come every Halloween to trick-or-treat, and my grandma hated that. She never wanted to give him candy because she was like, "That's an adult." Like, he little, but that's an adult. I know an adult when I see one. And then even I was kind of like, "Come on, just this the holiday and everything." She's like, "No, he grown, okay? I don't care how little he is, he grown. There's a holiday for the children. How he come every year and the same thing don't grow, all right? That's an adult." But Halloween also has its downsides, Like I had years when I lived in Chicago, people would come and trick-or-treat. And there was one year that I heard the trick-or-treat, and I opened the door, and it couldn't have been a bigger man. Like, it was, I was looking at him, and he was looking down at me, and he had a bag, but it wasn't even a bag, he had a pillowcase. And he was like, "Trick or treat." And like, I'm not even kidding. The dude, okay, so open door, the pillowcase is out, right? Like trick or treat. And then we stared at each other, and after a while, he was just like. And I'm trying to look behind him for a kid or something. I'm like, oh, do you have any kids? He's like, nah, it's just me, dog. You know what I mean? He looked like he robbed the candy, you know what I mean? Like, and now I got my door all open, my apartment exposed. You know, and so I was like, oh, try to make conversation while I fiddle for these mini-sized Snickers. Like, you know how when let's say you are in a parking lot and there's somebody chasing you like Freddy Krueger style, and you try to get the keys and the keys won't be keys. See what I'm talking about? Where you like struggling, you're like, come on now, come on. It's not even about the key, getting the key in the keyhole. It's about getting the keys in your hands, like getting some purchase on the keys. Like you're like, come on, come on. It was like that with the Snickers. None of the Snickers wanted to stay in my hand. I think I had sweat so much from how big this man was that all the Snickers are slipping. So I'm just in my little in the Snickers bag, trying to get a handful, and they just keep slipping through my fingers like they ain't all melted or something. And I'm trying to make conversation like, what are you supposed to be? And he was, this is the coldest shit I've ever heard in my life. He was really terrified. He looked at me, he was like, what am I supposed to be? I'm trick-or-treating. I was like, oh God, take the bag, take the bag. Take the whole bag. Oh my God. I've never heard trick-or-treat used as this is what I'm going as. Truly jarring. I don't know if y'all saw, but Sam Bankman-Fried was found guilty on all charges. If you don't know who Sam Bankman-Fried is, he's the dude who looked like somebody microwave Shia LaBeouf. He was behind a multi-billion-dollar crypto scandal, and took a lot of people's money. Had a lot of powerful friends, so he could take a lot of people's money. He was found guilty, and he made a serious mistake. He stole money from rich people. Well, when you think about it, it's really all he did wrong. If you steal from the poor, you're gonna be pretty good off. Like, I don't know. This dude gonna go away for a long time, which is crazy because I don't really understand what he did. But I'm glad he didn't do it to me. You ever just, because I never got into crypto because I didn't understand it, so you ever just be so dumb you miss a whole tragedy? Because I saw the whole thing coming. I was having FOMO and everything, and then everybody started losing their money. I was like, maybe it pays to not read sometimes. Maybe it's to my benefit that I have stayed as ignorant as possible on very specific subjects in life.
Please make a bunch of noise right now for my friend Josh Johnson!
I watch a lot of true crime documentaries and series and stuff, and I like to watch the ones that, as best as possible, don't involve murder, because genuinely I'll be like, oh, this is wild, but this is also very sad. So I like the ones where it's like a robbery. You know what I mean? I like when it's like a huge drug bust, something you can really sink your teeth into without being like, oh, there is a family to be sad for. You know what I mean? And what I love is the process of when the person is sure they're not going to talk. You know what I mean? They'll bring somebody in, and when the person gets brought in, some people really hang tough. Some people, door slams behind them. I've never been to jail, but I hear the doors are heavy. Door slams behind them. they actually get more tough. They sit in an interrogation like, what? I'm not gonna tell you nothing. You want something out of me? You got the wrong one, okay? And then there's other people, that door slams, and as soon as it slams, they're like, listen, I wasn't there, all right? It was Robert, it was Terry, Robert and Terry, it was their plan anyway. If anything, I'm an innocent bystander. I was just in the car. Y'all know when y'all arrested us, I was in the back seat. That's for a reason. I wasn't even the getaway driver. I thought we were going to McDonald's. Like, just, there are some people who snitch so fast. Even the police can't write it down fast enough. Police are like, well, we got it on tape too, but yeah, this is too fast for the shorthand. Imagine you snitch so fast, you make a cop go, hold on. Take a breath. Because you never know who it's gonna be. There are some people who were, you know, whether it was gang activity, it's mob activity, there are people who are like the run of the litter, and they're the ones that actually hold out. They're like, I'm not telling you anything. I don't even think you have enough on me. Let's play, let's roll the dice. And then there are people, no matter how tatted up, no matter how affiliated, it might even run in the family. They might be somebody who is third generation, but they don't want to be in prison. They don't want to be in jail. And so as soon as they have the opportunity, they tell them everything. Things they didn't even ask. You see a lot of it, you know? Then you have people who at first don't tell. Then they're ready to talk after like a couple years. You know what I mean? After a couple years, you know, have enough mold on your sandwich that you're like, it's really not worth it. Like, nobody coming to visit me. Like, no. That's what makes me wonder what must be going through Ghislaine Maxwell's mind. You know what I mean? Look, I'm no legal expert, but I do find it wild that in this supposed cabal, this supposed billionaire ring of predators, that the only one you caught is the one you're ready to make a deal with. And a deal for what? You know what I mean? Exposing more names? Bringing other people down? Probably not. Probably just being bribed to not say the president's name. You know? And look, I could be wrong. I don't think I am. Because you've already seen Trump float the idea of pardoning Ghislaine Maxwell. We even know from old tapes they thought about pardoning her way back when she got sentenced. You know? And yeah, no, I agree. I'm not a fan of it. She's not here. I'm not a fan. The boo. this is somebody's essence being booed. Like this. No, it is genuinely insane what's happening because, you know, Trump floated the pardon. He even was asked by the press if he would pardon Ghislaine Maxwell, and he goes, look, I could, but let's not talk about it right now. What an insane thing to say. You got asked a yes or no question, and you somehow answered worse than yes or no. I've never been doing a test and got a true false and put maybe. I don't know, you the teacher, you tell me. That's insane. Already floated a pardon in front of us. Maybe to gauge our reaction. Maybe if there's not enough outrage, the pardon will go ahead. And then DOJ goes have a conversation with Ghislaine Maxwell. And already, I think it was today, just today, she's been moved from the prison and she was in to a minimum security facility somewhere else. Thought we covered this. I too hope she can feel your booze. I hope booze work like laxatives, you know. Ghislaine Maxwell just sitting in jail right now. You know, booze don't travel that fast, and so it comes in waves out of nowhere. She's having a conversation. Oh yeah, Trump and Epstein were there. Ooh. That's my hope. No idea if that's the case. But, you know, you see this sort of thing happening. It feels insane. It feels insane to watch in real time. This is the only person, the one person that got caught, the one person that's being held accountable. And everybody's so obsessed with like the idea of a list or more people or whoever they want to be on the list being on the list that they forget that there were real people that deserve justice. And the idea that the only person that we've so far got might go free is unacceptable, you know? Because you see Trump floating, pardoning Ghislaine Maxwell, and I can't imagine what it must be like to be a Trump aide. Like your nose must bleed every day. It's like, yeah, I'm thinking of pardoning Ghislaine Maxwell. And the aide is like, what? I asked you what you want for breakfast. If anything, I think I am a little bit, I'm trying to figure out how to put this. I feel sorry for my friends who didn't see it coming because they still believed in like a system and they still believed in like laws and they believed that jail existed for like a reason, you know? And I am, I'm black. So I kind of saw a good portion of this coming. It's like, anyone who's genuinely shocked that Ghislaine Maxwell might get a pardon and that she's already been moved to a minimum security prison after being convicted, but then talking to the DOJ under like new light. Anyone who's surprised by that has never watched the first 48 before. And they think that people aren't going to see through it. You know, this is a lot like when you're in school and you didn't do your homework, but you remembered there was homework right as the teacher says, pass up the homework. And so you fighting. You've never worked a pencil harder. You fighting to get words on a page. It doesn't even make sense what you're saying. It's you going over the whole scarlet letter as fast as you can. And then you pass it up. Teacher collects all the papers and you think, maybe I got away with it. All we had to do was 300 words summarized in the last chapter of Scarlet Letter. I think I did it, pulled it off. Felt like 300, might have been 290. And then class is going on. Maybe you have to read while the teacher grades the homework, and then the teacher says your name, calls you up to the front. You're like, okay, don't panic. Maybe I did a good job so fast she's impressed. That's a possibility. And then you walk up to the front, and the teacher's like, did you do this just now? And you don't know what to do. You're caught. You're caught. She caught you. But there's another part of you that's like, maybe if I die with the lie, she'll believe me. What? Just now? No, I did this at home. And she's like, you sure? You're like, uh-oh, she's on to me. Yes, I did this at home. And then she was like, oh, okay, great, that's good news. I was worried that you did it just now, which means you wouldn't have your math homework. And then you remembered that this has been math class the entire time. That at least feels like what Trump is going through. Because if Trump was smart, he would have done all this stuff a long time ago when it could have maybe still been believable. But now, everybody sees through it. Oh, it's crazy. It's so crazy. And then, on top of that, this is already insane enough. Already, there are so many ties to Donald Trump, Ghislaine Maxwell, Jeffrey Epstein, that even a pardon just feels like it would be happening in our faces, right? There's no misunderstanding about the conflict of interest. There's no misunderstanding about what her role is if she does testify in front of Congress or whoever. And there's no misunderstanding about what the quid pro quo is between the two of them. You know what I mean? And even in that moment, on top of all that, Donald Trump floats pardoning Diddy. And it's like, that one doesn't even have anything to do with you. I don't think. Don't you have enough to deal with? That's crazy. As someone who is not in jail, I'm sweating about everybody who's about to be out of jail. This is insane. So then already the public, especially by the media, somewhat potentially unintentional, but the media did a disservice to the public when it came to Diddy's trial, because there's a lot that we know of Diddy. There's a lot that we know that he did, that he's alleged to have done. And I think that the state put forward a remarkably bad case to try to lock Diddy up. Because I think from the public's view, they see the trial and you see it through the lens that the media is selling. The media wants you to keep watching, they want you to tune in every day. And so they make it look like he's about to do 10,000 years, right? They really hype this thing up. They never really mention that all the while the trial is going on, pieces are getting dropped. Left and right, charges are getting dropped. There's things that the state is focusing on. There's things that the state is dropping. There's things that we understand that Diddy is at least allegedly done from all the documentaries that came out. You would think that Diddy was 16 OJs, the way that he had documentaries coming out about him every month. Everything Diddy ever did to anybody, they got their own documentary on Tubi, on HBO, on Hulu. Everywhere. Oh, he hung me out of a window. Like, just nonstop stories, right? But it's important to remember what he's being charged with and what he's on trial for. So then things would even come up during the trial. Things that are illegal, that they were just talking about plainly, all to get to the thing he's actually being charged with. So as bad as this testimony sounds, and as many things that are going on, you have to remember, these are not the things he's being charged with. And I think that media got carried away. I think the news got carried away because they finally had something juicy, something big, something that they knew was going to last for days, weeks, months, that wasn't the same old stuff, something that had a bunch of intrigue in it. Apparently there's all these tapes. Apparently he has all this blackmail on all of Hollywood. There's all these things that were supposed to be coming out during the trial, you know? And then the state supposedly makes their case. They read out the verdict. Everyone is sure that this man is about to do 10 million years. And then they read the first one, not guilty. And they start reading them, and there's 5 charges, and 3 of them not guilty. The 3 that carried the most weight, the 3 that had like a minimum 15, 20 years, you know? And then there's 2 misdemeanors. Those 2 misdemeanors he is found guilty of. The people are perplexed. How is he found guilty of these things that are at least tangentially related to the other charges that he hasn't been found guilty for? What's happening, right? And those charges, the things that he was convicted of, they don't carry some mandatory minimum. You know, he could get time served. He could get up to 10 years. He could still do 20 years. But it's not likely that he'll do 20 years, because that is the most extreme of cases where you give people the maximum. And I even rewatched a little bit of the reading of the verdict, and I just thought to myself, could get time served. Why would you bother pardoning him? Like, he might already be walking out of jail that day. That's such a crazy thing to do. You don't have enough going on with everybody thinking you were like on an island 152 times or whatever. To be a Trump aide, you must need heart medication, because they already try to convince him, look, that looks bad if you just pardon Ghislaine out of nowhere after all this time and everything, after everything she knows, and the pictures that y'all are in together, all the pictures that you're 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 in together, the other pictures that you're in together, the pictures that you're in together, all of the pictures that you're in together, plus, she did have 19 phone numbers for you. That's not a good look either. And then Trump says, I see what you're saying. I understand. All right, look, what we're gonna do, we do best, all right? Gonna run a little interference. We're gonna run a little distraction, okay? And we're also gonna pardon Sean Diddy Combs at the same time. Karen, press secretary, must be fighting demons. I can't imagine. Look, everyone, whether it's Kellyanne Conway, it's Sean Spicer, anyone who has had to represent the Trump administration, go out to the press and answer questions. Look, I understand they chose that job. I understand that they chose to be there. But to a degree, you do have to wonder what the conversation is like before they go out. When they get handed a binder, and at the last second, one of the aides says, and he gonna pardon Diddy. So, no matter who it was, whether it was Sarah Huckabee Sanders, anyone who has represented the administration on the news or in the press room or anything like that, there's at least been 1 or 2 days where they had a 1,000-yard stare, because they were like, how am I gonna pull this together? Because look, things came out during Diddy's trial, things that made you think, of course, this jury is gonna find this man guilty. They have to look at everything that they've heard, but you gotta remember, the things he was on trial for and the things that they heard didn't always line up. there was one day of testimony that truly blew me away in that case. And that's hard to say because plenty of those days were rough to listen to. But there is one day in particular that has stuck with me in a different way than the other days. It was the day that Kid Cudi testified. Now, famously, still somehow allegedly, Diddy supposedly blew up Kid Cudi's car. You're bringing the man who has his car blown up to testify. You would think that that'd be one of the charges. I've never blown up a car in my life. But if I was brought to court to sit and hear testimony of my crimes, I would imagine the car blowing up would be one of them listed. Anyway, they bring in Kid Cudi. Kid Cudi's testifying about the timeline when he dated Cassie, things that happened between him and Diddy. And then he describes a day that is truly harrowing. Kid Cudi is testifying that while he was gone, he was actually, I believe, spending some time with Cassie, that Diddy hears about the relationship, is very upset about it, and Diddy went to and broke into Kid Cudi's house, right? So already, Diddy in your home, that's terrifying. Diddy in your home is the devil's version of Elf on the Shelf. You don't know what he gonna do. You don't know where he gonna be. Woo. So Diddy was in his home. Now, I'm a little fuzzy on this part, but apparently, I believe at least, that it was Diddy's assistant that called Kid Cudi to let him know, hey, okay, ooh, how do I tell you this? There's no good way. Diddy in your house. He is all up in your house. I mean, I drove him. He made me. He's like, where do you live? And I was like, and we went over to your house. And so he's in your house. I'm not now, I'm outside. You know, he told me to wait here. I don't know what he gonna do. And so, Kid Cudi rushes home. And not only is he rushing home, he actually, this is at least as I understand it, must have Diddy's number because they had a conversation. And he was like, yo, you in my house? You in my house? Bass in voice, ready to beat somebody down. You in my house? And apparently, Diddy very calmly said, yeah. Kid Cudi better than me. If it was me, I wouldn't have a home anymore. If it was me, I'd be like, all right, then you got it, then that's, I mean, if you're already there. Someone breaking and entering into your home and then calmly telling you they broke and entered into your home is more terrifying than I think y'all are giving it credit for. Because then Cudi, apparently, according to testimony, was like, I'm headed there right now, like ready to really beat this dude down, right? And then Diddy said, okay, I'll be waiting for you. I wasn't in court. I had to read all this. And I haven't read a novel by Stephen King scarier than what I read between the two of them. Kid Cudi gets home. Diddy's gone. He walks into the house. Now, that's braver than me. I would assume he's already planted a bomb somewhere. But Kid Cudi walks into the house, is looking around, assessing the damage, and while Diddy was there, he put Kid Cudi's dog in the bathroom, then opened all his Christmas presents and left. That is so insane. We are dealing with pure evil. That is so insane. Open all his Christmas presents. How is he all at once one of the most menacing figures that hip hop has ever seen and a third grade bully? How is it possible that both of these characters hold the same space in the same body? Because that is so particularly evil. He said, I walked over, Christmas presents unwrapped. I opened the bathroom door, my dog confused. And why wouldn't the dog be confused? Let's, for a moment, if you will, put yourself in the dog's paws, all right? You're a dog. You a dog. You're a dog. And you're at home, chilling, as you should be. And then the door opens. Oh, Papa? No, it's not. It's not the owner that you love. It's Sean Diddy Combs. I don't know what type of dog Cudi has. I don't know if it's a Scooby-Doo type dog, but I imagine any dog would be like, really? And then Diddy walks over to you confidently, like he knows you. And then he puts you in the bathroom and you're like, okay, I guess that's the best possible outcome. Oh, wow, okay, oof. I thought something way worse was gonna happen. I'm not gonna lie to you. Wow, that's great. From what I've heard about you, the bathroom, man, I don't love it in here, but it's better than whatever you're about to do. And then Sean Diddy Combs opens all the Christmas presents and goes, well, my work is done here, and exits. This is how evil what he did is. He already messed up the call to the police. Because now you're going to call the police and have to explain to the police that the only thing that Diddy stole from you was wonder. Imagine that call to the police. You gotta call the police and tell them that Diddy, and the police are asking you very reasonable questions. They're over here like, is he still in the home? I don't know. Hopefully that would make this whole thing a bit more serious. Right now he's left it at hilarious, which is a sick thing to do. No, it's truly insane. Not even destroyed, unwrapped. I can't leave this alone until y'all recognize how dirty this is. Imagine. Lots of people here celebrate Christmas. Lots of people exchange Christmas gifts. Imagine if you came home and there just wasn't paper. And now everybody in the family either like happy or disappointed, like, oh, you got me the Theragun that All right, we're like a couple months out, so can I have it now, I guess? Truly an evil man. And Trump is floating, pardoning Diddy. Even before, this was odd, even before this Epstein stuff popped up, Trump had floated the idea of pardoning Diddy mid-trial. And I was like, I didn't know they went together like that. That's weird. Imagine being a white man in your 80s and your favorite rapper is Diddy. No Raekwon, no Rakim, no Run DMC, Diddy. Okay. And even then he had floated the idea of pardoning Diddy. And who knows, maybe something happened. Maybe some money exchanged hands. Maybe somebody said something to somebody and started it in motion and everything. But I can tell you this, justice system aside, the only person working hard to make sure that Diddy doesn't get a pardon, it isn't the state. No. It's not like the DA or the lead prosecutor or anything like that. The person working their hardest to make sure that Diddy does not get a pardon, that he doesn't get released back into society is 50 Cent. 50 Cent was so excited when Diddy was arrested. There's a video. You could watch the video. It's about 8 seconds long, but it's very, very funny. And it is 50 Cent laughing in the car when I guess he heard the news that Diddy had been arrested. And this man is chuckling. The joy on this man's face. And then he's chuckling to himself and he goes, he goes, spend Christmas in jail. I've never hated anybody that much. That's so good. Oh, he gonna spend Christmas in jail. He was laughing hard. He was laughing the way that sitcoms used to make people laugh. Like, just, Christmas in jail. And so when 50 Cent heard that Donald Trump was floating pardon for Diddy, he went to work. He did what he does best. He trolled. 50 Cent just started posting everything bad that Diddy ever said about Donald Trump and tagging Donald Trump. This man went, is this your friend? I wouldn't do that if I was you, Mr. President. You won't believe what he said about you. Oh, no. No, Donald Trump, this is not one of your African Americans, okay? It's been tough. I've been trying to find, like, really, whether I'm reading or I'm watching, I've been trying to find pretty much any news story that isn't about Trump and Epstein, you know? And I came across one that genuinely shocked me in Florida. They, yeah. In Florida, the Tallahassee police arrested Chuck E. Cheese at Chuck E. Cheese. Apparently, Chucky had done some wire fraud. And so the Tallahassee police showed up to the Chuck E. Cheese. And they were ready to take him in, all right? Cuffs already out. And they arrested Chucky mid-birthday party. You couldn't wait an hour and a half? You know where he is. It's not like he's gonna get far in the costume. They arrested Chucky. Those poor kids. Imagine. Picture, if you will, being 6 years old, and you're having a birthday party at Chuck E. Cheese because the economy is not doing great. But you're having a good time, you're enjoying it, you're like, cheese pizza, so they say. Delicious yum, right? You're just trying to put on a good face. You jump into the ball pit that is not nearly deep enough. The ball pit that is full of children under the balls because every kid thought it was the funniest thing in the world to pop up out of the balls, but that meant that the ball pit was actually a hard surface because it's made of bodies. You jump into the ball pit doing like a big old face plant thinking you're gonna slide down into the balls, and you just bang heads with another child. You get out of the ball pit concussed. Chucky offers you a flat Diet Coke. Look, there is a hierarchy to costumed mascots. Now, the most athletic are gonna go to teams. You ever been to a sports game and you see their mascot stretches before, they doing wild moves like, You go to Disney, there's a lot of walking, but it's a lot of poise. It's a lot of like the stances, you know. You get somebody that's doing goofy, and they're really doing goofy. They got the, Chucky. Chucky, as far as like costumed mascots go, Chucky doing a lot of the same. Trying to figure out how to put this. Chucky, the qualifications to be Chucky at Chuck E. Cheese are a lot like the qualifications to work at a Waffle House, okay? You're gonna get in the costume, they're gonna tell you, do your best, all right? Do your absolute best, and if somebody's swinging you, you can swing back after they hit you the first time. You gotta let them get that first hit in. If you hit first, that's assault, all right? And you'll be fired. But look, if they put hands on you first, then hey, you gotta get it how you live and go ahead and swing on them. So imagine you're surprised when at your 6th year birthday party, you're celebrating 6 years on this planet and it hasn't been a great 6. You're a little too young to like remember COVID, but you know mom and dad are weird. You clapping with your friends. And Chucky's doing his thing, trying to like find the beat. And you're like, I think he doing something. I can't tell. And then the Tallahassee police walk in. And they cuffed Chucky right there in front of you for wire fraud. Y'all couldn't wait. You know where he works. He wasn't gonna get away. No, we gotta cuff him right now in front of the children. Traumatize them. Nah, forget these kids. We gotta dish out justice real quick. Now the kids distraught. They over. You know that? Okay, all right. You. I'm sorry. It's funny because it's like I can see the kids being like, "What'd he do?" What'd he do? You know that rumble in the throat when you really cry? There's a certain way you can cry when you're 6 that you never cry again. Like, this is like honestly, a 6-year-old will drop an ice cream and they'll be like, just mixing Disney voices, half Ursula, half Jafar. What'd he do? Let him go, he ain't did nothing. Kids out here vouching for, he was here the whole time. Because you know that. You know, like when a kid cry long enough, they start coughing. When a kid get real upset and they full of mediocre pizza. Yo, free Chucky! Yo, free Chucky! Oh. Now you getting arrested at Chuck E. Cheese, they perp walking you slow just to embarrass you. Y'all really couldn't wait till he got out the costume too, because you know he can't walk fast with those feet. He still got the costume feet on and everything. So now they over here. They get Chucky outside, slam him up against that car. Boom. Patting Chucky down. Why you need to pat Chucky down? That would be wild though if Chucky had like a full-on Glock on him. Like that would be crazy. If Chucky he doesn't care where he is. He could be at Chuck E. Cheese, he could be in the streets, he keep that thing on him. The thing that I think would have been probably the toughest for the police, because I read about this, I didn't see video, so I don't know if this happened or not, but it would be hard. It'd be very difficult to, open up that car door, and when they walked him out, they did it in full costume, like the head was still on. Like, that's crazy. This is a personal vendetta now that you have with Charles Entertainment Cheese. That you couldn't at least take the head off in Chuck E. Cheese. Imagine they take the head off. I mean, I'm sure the kids would have been more upset. could have sworn. Anyway. Look, there's not full video that I saw. This is all what I've read, but it's gonna be hard to put your hand on the back of Chucky's head and get him in the car without it looking like police brutality. Because it's not gonna fit. The head is too big. So now you over here, watch your head. Kids at the glass of the door. You know how Chuck E. Cheese built. They at the glass like, no. They beating up Chucky. Police like, no, I'm not. I'm trying to get the head in. No, he won't fit. He can't even feel it like that. No, don't do that. Everybody start recording. Look what they doing to Chucky, y'all. And they take you down to the police station. Perp walking you. Downtown. Imagine if you got arrested that day. For possession of illicit substances. You know, it could be anything. It could be acid, it could be shrooms, it could be anything. And you got arrested for possession. You're not a dealer. They caught you doing, essentially, a victimless crime, trying to enjoy yourself, enjoy your Saturday. Maybe you don't have your life together. Maybe you're not invited to your kid's birthday party. And you get arrested, you're sitting downtown, waiting to be processed, and then Ayo. I know I got a right to remain silent. I know this may hurt me in court. But did a giant mouse just walk through here fully arrested? Oh, thank goodness. I thought I was still very high from drugs. It's insanity, you know what I mean? Now you gotta do everything. How you gonna take Chucky fingerprints? These aren't even functional. I don't know if they feet or hands, but they're not. Mug shot too. Those mug shots are cold. They're just like, ready, face me. Turn. Turn. No. Now you gotta sit in holding. Imagine all you did was get a little drunk. Maybe you get into a fight at a bar, you sitting in the drunk tank, and the only other is Chucky a person? Nobody else in there but you and Chuck E. Cheese. And whether it's jail or a birthday, they never really gave, at least that I know of, Chucky a voice. Chucky was always silent. At every birthday party I had at Chuck E. Cheese, Chucky was silent. You know, just do the... Imagine you sitting there with Chuck E. Cheese in jail. You're wondering how your life took this turn. You look over at Chucky, and Chucky mad. Chucky like, you know, I thought I had that wire fraud on lock. I'm wondering who snitched. I'm wondering what went wrong, yeah? You look over at Chucky, and Chucky's like, what you looking at, dog? You got a problem? But all you see is... Yo, you want step? I'm just saying that in this like kangaroo circus of a court and justice system where we know the government is playing in our face, playing with really dangerous people who have done terrible things. If you're gonna pardon Ghislaine Maxwell, if you're gonna pardon Diddy, then at least yo, free Chucky, all right? Denver, y'all been phenomenal. Thank you so much. I appreciate
y'all. Please make it loud for Josh Johnson!
when I was growing up, you know, I would hear these stories of people who were like really in the life, you know, like they just doing bad things. They were like, they was just doing, this is bad. Probably gonna go to jail. And I heard this story one time. This dude, everybody got locked up, but there was this trap house. In case you're not aware, a trap house is where illicit materials are sold. I just, you know, sometimes you might say trap house, or there might be someone who's like, so booby traps? Like, is it the trap door situation? Like when you walk in, watch out for the wire, you're gonna fall down to the basement? No, I mean drugs. I mean the buying and selling of drugs. And so this trap house was known for being pretty busy. It had become so busy that they had bought some property, you know, several blocks away and opened up another trap house. Business was booming. Things are going very well. Whenever you are selling so many drugs that you have to buy property, we are entering documentary territory. Most trap houses are really just dudes playing video games until somebody knocks on the door. Like, it's not a busy day, and you gotta stay at trap house the whole time because you don't know when someone might get the itch. And so they opened up another trap house, but this location was not as poppin' for some reason. They must have opened it in a bad neighborhood. Can you imagine? Can you imagine being all drugs, be like, I'm not going over there though, that's dangerous. And so even though they opened another location, and even though they tried to tell people, hey, you can come here or you can go over there, people liked the original trap house. It stayed just as busy as ever, with some business going on at the second location, but mostly it was here, right? And, okay. Let's just call him Jerry, all right? And Jerry ran both trap houses. And he did a pretty decent job, you know? kept his books, kept his finances, really, like he knew his inventory. You know what I mean? He could have made a great store manager at any grocery store. There was this dude named Twan, and Twan found out about these very popular trap houses. Well, one popular, one not so popular, right? And he made a plan to rob the trap house, the main one, the lucrative one, right? So his plan for robbing the lucrative trap house was to basically set up a diversion at the one that wasn't as busy. So he basically faked a robbery at the one that was not as busy. He had some guys go over there, bang on the door, act like they had guns, they were about to break in, because he knew it would make everyone call Jerry. Jerry and his boys would go over there, you know. By the time they get there, those guys have already left, and then the main trap house is left defenseless. They break in, Twan and them break in, they steal all this money out of the trap house, right? Take it back to their place. Now their place is a stash house. Stash house should be self-explanatory. If I've lost you at stash house, I cannot help you. But the trap house has been robbed. Everything's been taken back to the stash house, okay? And then Twan and his boys thought they had made a killing. They were like, this is great. No one even knows that it was us, because they had planned it very well. They planned it all the way down to the detail of if those guys who did the fake robbery got caught, they wouldn't even know who hired them, right? But Jerry's no fool. Jerry started asking around, and he could kind of tell that some of these guys were lying, some of these guys weren't lying. He traced everything back to Twan. And so he set up a plan to rob Twan's stash house. To go in there and not just get his stuff back, but take the rest of whatever was in there. And his plan wasn't as meticulous. He just sort of ran up in there with a lot of men and guns. Now, what he did do is he waited. He learned the routine. He learned who would be there when. It took months. And then finally, he was like, we're going to do it on Tuesday. They never paying attention on Tuesday. We're going to run up in there. It's only going to be like 5 of them. If it's 15 of us, I don't think we'll meet a lot of resistance. It's not like it's their money. It's Twan's money. And so that's what they did. They broke up in there, went ahead, zip-tied everybody, and took everything, which took several trips. The people at the stash house did have to watch themselves be robbed for quite a while. Man, you over here, you're not gonna get away with this. Then you think they've left, they come back in the door. Left all this right here. And so then one of them, being new to the lifestyle, being a new, some would say prospect gang member, was so appalled at the theft that when he freed himself, lacking all presence of mind, called the police. This man called the police. It was like they ran up in there, they had guns and everything. They had a gun in my hands. He's telling all this to 911. They took everything. They took the weeds. They took all the money. Took my favorite Glock. And, some people were duct taped and everything, duct taped over the mouth, zip tied behind everything. So when, as soon as he called 911, he started freeing everybody else. And as soon as he ripped that tape off, they're like, "What is wrong with you? We gotta get out of here now." And so then they all left. They all ran up out of there because the police, catching wind that there was a robbery of the stash house, made themselves available immediately. No, they got out in time not to get caught. They got out in time to see the police raiding the stash house from a few doors down. And that's the thing, is like people say, crime doesn't pay, or like criminals are dumb or whatever. But there are some very smart people who, for whatever reason, enter a certain lifestyle, choose to stay there, or maybe it's all that they know. And if criminals were so dumb, they wouldn't be fascinated. We are fascinated by career criminals. We're fascinated by people who do things that aren't just illegal. They have the gall to try to pull something off that has so many different entry points to danger. Like, just in the past few days, the Louvre was robbed. And I have not been able to settle. This is amazing. Okay, so if you're not familiar with the Louvre or the Louvre or whatever, it's one of the most visited museums in the world, and people go there and then they act like they've been changed by art. And you ask them what they saw, they can't name anything or anybody. They were just like, no, the Mona Lisa was there, looking unimpressed. Well, there were these robbers that broke in. And they broke in dressed as construction workers, right? They had actually rented this like powerlifting vehicle that had a ladder that would bring them up to the next level where they could cut in, because they brought tools to cut in through the window and enter that way. They didn't want to just come through the front. And it made sense that they were dressed as construction workers, as the Louvre is under construction. Permanently, I guess. It's always under. Why is Europe never finished? All of Europe, unless you're out in the country, there's always like, oh, we gonna fix this road. We've been working on it since 1822. But that's y'all's fault. Y'all keep changing the roads. Right when we finished the cobblestone, y'all were like, no, it's asphalt now. And so look, they break in with these power tools. They had like an angle grinder and everything. And that's when the alarms were going off and stuff. And then they get in through this museum window. And the part of the museum that they're in is where these rare crown jewels are being held. Right? They didn't bother with the Mona Lisa. There was a crowd. There's a line. You'd never make it out. People be like, no, I want to see. And people keep, they keep criticizing the security. They keep criticizing the people that were doing security. But those people did approach them. They were like, hey, you don't. You better not. Because what is museum security really supposed to do? Let's be honest. Let's be real. If you work security in any format, they should arm you with as much as it takes to protect what's supposedly valuable. Think about this. When you see someone working for like Brinks, right? And they bring a Brinks truck to do a deposit for a bank. Let's say a whole grocery store is like, hey, we got like $250,000 that we need to transport over to the bank to make our deposit. The bank is like, don't worry, we'll send somebody. They hire Brinks. Brinks comes over. They have a truck. And not just a truck, like a bulletproof truck. And then they get two people. They get two people to make sure nobody knocks you over the head when you're trying to grab the bags and put them in the truck. They get two people, and not just two people, two of the biggest people you've ever seen. Like two Two people that are so big that it's like, you are the gun, right? And then I think they give them a gun. They always hold in their pocket. Maybe they don't have a gun, but it looks like they have a gun. And they don't give them cuffs because they don't plan on taking any prisoners. And then they get in there, Brinks always handles a drop like they are being robbed. Like they always handle the drop the way a bank robber would handle the drop. Because I used to work at a grocery store, and Brinks would come in and they'd be like, so where is your safe, or where do you, hurry. And we'd be like, oh, it's over here. Okay, it's over here, all right. And then the one would get to work putting, the other one just watching us. I'm ringing people up. I'm putting more money in the till, and they were still like, but you might try anything. I don't know you. And then they would leave, and they'd leave all fast. And then they'd run into the truck, throw everything in the truck, and then they would always peel out a little bit, which made me uncomfortable. One time they came and did a pickup, and I was like, y'all sure that was Brinks? Because they were a little squirrely. But then for some reason, there are times where you're supposed to protect, or you're supposed to hold guard of something, and you're giving less and less resources as you do it. Like, you look at a Brinks security guard, and then you look at like a mall cop. They're like, you get one flashlight. I guess shine it in their eyes or something. If you hit somebody hard enough in the head with it, the glass will break. That's something. But nobody gets done dirtier. Nobody gets done dirtier than museum security. Museum security, not only do they give you nothing, no flashlight, they don't even give you a stapler to hit somebody with. They give you nothing. All they give you is a dress code. They're like, hey, just show up in all black, nobody will mess with you. You show up in a black shirt with a black suit jacket and some black pants and black shoes, people think you John Wick. They won't even approach any of the art. Because truly, what is a museum security guard supposed to do? I go to a lot of museums. I try to go to a museum in every city that I do a show, if I can, right? And I've been in these museums, beautiful art. And then you see, you get a little too close, and you see this thing go off, this like little, you don't even know where the alarm is, but like it'll just, that's the too close alarm. Because it's not like a real alarm, it's just annoying, and it's annoying, and it goes off until you back up. So if you're a pointer, I go to a lot of museums with pointers. Everyone I take to a museum love to point. It's like we all three again, and they're like, I like the flap. As soon as you hear, somebody works for the museum, comes over, black everything, with an attitude. Could you not? Ma'am, back up. They love that hair. Back up. Give it a little space, let the art breathe. And you want to know who a museum security guard's arch nemesis is? Because it's not like a grown man. It's not a grown woman. It is any child. Any child will ruin their day. Because I don't know what it is about the frequency of the alarm, but if you're 4, you can't hear it. If you're 4, you're like, I was at this museum one time. This security guard was in a true predicament because this child was out here touching everything. He was touching it to the point that it sounded like their alarm was going off to the tune of Mary Had a Little Lamb. And finally, the security guard started like chasing his child around, and not like really chasing him, not like Dennis the Menace chasing him, but just like following them around, hoping to maybe this kid's gonna go back up to their parents or something and be like, "Can you please hold your child's hand or something?" Because they've been touching everything, got applesauce on everything. Because as a security guard, what are you gonna do? You can't grab this kid. You can't actually grab this. I know that sounds crazy to anybody who was born in any era before now. You have to kind of let this kid put applesauce on all the art, because if you touch this kid, you've committed murder. So if you snatch this kid and even hold their hand so you can find their parent, you are basically killing them. So you have to like let them kind of do it, but then follow them around, but then not touch them, but then make sure they don't touch anything. It would look terrible. And so finally, this security guard just started running interference on every item. This child was walking up, getting ready to touch a sculpture. Security guard get in there. No. Just trying to box him out of every room. And then finally, this kid, realized what was going on. Felt like it was a game. So this kid is like, "Oh, you want to play? I love to play. Playing's my favorite thing. Playing's basically my job." And so he running interference. There's a painting. And finally, this kid gets boxed in. And even the security guard's like, "I don't know what to do now." Because like, this would be when you would like snatch their hand and be like, "Hey, is your child not with you in the museum? I might have them." But he was like, doesn't want to touch his kid, but doesn't want the kid to touch anything else, but then is in the corner, but then is also a grown man cornering a child in a corner. Just because you're at work doesn't make it look better. All this kid has to yell is "stop," and you going straight to jail. I'm your only witness, and I'm not really here right now. And so this kid boxed into the corner, and you can see the kids having fun. The kids over here. Nowhere to go but under. This kid slipped under his legs and ran away. This man turned around. Started chasing after this kid even more, and then the kid went to the only room he hadn't got applesauce on. And was next to this painting. I don't really remember who painted this, but it was a huge, huge painting of a ship in a storm. And it was one of those that was like, it was a marvel because of its scale. So it's not like one that you just hang up and 6x8, whatever. This thing was huge. It took up almost the entire wall, which meant he could definitely reach it. This kid walked up to the painting, and now the whole thing is a game. Touching the stuff's a game, trying not to get caught is a game. This kid's having fun. He thought museums were boring. He's having the time of his life. This kid standing next to the painting. And admittedly, I was also running after them so I could keep watching. I didn't try to help him at all, but I was like, I gotta see the rest of this. Like, what you gonna do? This man gonna run out of breath soon. Security guard gets in the room, huffing and puffing. And he just goes, even the kid for a second was like, "Ooh, are you?" I might have killed a grandpa. I don't even know. And then this kid goes in his pocket and lifts an applesauce covered finger. And I was like, it's been in his pocket the whole time. Children are disgusting. This kid been running around with a pocket full of applesauce this entire museum trip. And then Unc running security goes, don't. This kid, no words, no emotion in his eyes. You can tell he gonna grow up to be a bad person. This kid, applesauce covered finger just went, and so if a security guard is defenseless against a child, what do you expect them to do against actual robbers with angle rods that they just used to break into the second floor window? Because the security ran up on them, no, hey, get out of here, none of that. And then they went, security was like, you know what, let us help you. Everybody out. Everybody out. Everybody get out now. Security made everybody get out but them. Don't you see these men working? Get out. They over here on time crunch. And you over here, ooh, look at the jewels. Get out. In fact, there was a news report that cracked me up. I laughed so hard because the security report, there was this person who, I don't think they were like head of security for the Louvre or anything, but they were basically like, it is museum security's number one job to make sure the people are safe, and that's what they did. They made sure the people were safe. I was like, you are changing the narrative right now, because anytime I got too close to a painting and I heard the and then I had somebody come over, it didn't seem like it was for my protection. You know what I mean? It wasn't like they were running up, hey, that one, that painting, that wakes up. Don't get close. Please. And so then, robbers start grabbing everything, grabbing these like Napoleon era empire crown jewels, right? They grabbed so much, they grabbed too much. They actually grabbed so much they dropped one. They dropped one of the crowns outside. And this is gonna sound dumb. This will sound dumb, so bear with me, because I know it's gonna sound dumb, but I don't think it's dumb, all right? I thought, truly, even when I went to museums, for as many museums as I go to, I've been to museums in Europe, I go to museums here, I go to every museum that I can. I thought for certain that when you see something in a museum, that under certain circumstances is a replica. I can tell by your reaction that some of y'all think I'm dumb and some of y'all think what I thought. I'm telling you right now, when I would go to the museum, I would admire the brush strokes, I'd admire everything, but I would be like, this is the fake one though. Like this has to be the fake one. And I thought that because if you remember, right before 2020 and even after the pandemic, you would have activists that would go to museums. These, climate activists would go to museums and they just throw like tomato soup on supposedly priceless paintings, right? They would go up to like a Van Gogh and be like, blah, and then they glue themselves to the wall or something, and then they would be like, this is why we did this, and you will have to listen to me for as long as it takes to unsuperglue my hand from the wall. Because people who are climate activists feel like no one is listening to the point where the only thing that will get any attention or like stop people for a second to listen to them is just extreme acts that knock you out of whack. You know what I mean? Just things that you go, what? What? They did what? Why did they do that? And then they get to explain. It's like the better version of canvassing, because they tried to canvass. They really did. Everyone that cares about the climate tried to canvass, and what did you do? You walk by them. They were like, do you have a minute for the planet? And you're like, I'm headed to work, please. I was with a friend one time, and look, I've stopped plenty of times. I can't stop every time. And so they were like, do you have a minute for the planet? And then my buddy was like, nah, we're good, and kept walking, have a good day. And this dude got really bad. This dude canvassed and was like, you on the planet? You don't have a minute for the planet you on? But that was happening a decent amount. There were these supposedly priceless paintings. They were getting vandalized, people throwing Campbell's soup on them and everything. So then I was like, surely a museum would not allow Campbell's soup to get thrown on the real one, like the regular one, because the museum was always super chill about it. The museum, they would like throw tomato soup on a Van Gogh and the museum would be like, stuff happens, we gonna get it off. You gonna what? You gonna get it off? Because when I got close, when I tried to smell the painting, I heard, and then you came over, no smelling. It was get it off, no big deal. Or you would see things like you would see, I don't know about you, but the tomato soup that I eat got a little oil to it, and you throw it on oil painting, it seems like it might leave a stain. I have no idea. But then you would see the museum come out and be like, no permanent damage was done to the artwork. And I'm like, how? I've dropped suits that were clear on my hoodie before it had the stain forever. How's this 200-year-old acrylic painting fine? It must be a fake. I used to think that, look, if you go to a museum and you see just like you could touch it, that one can't be real. But if you go to a museum and it's behind glass, that's the real one, because they bothered to protect it. Why are you just bothering to protect some pieces? That doesn't make sense to me. So then, in my head, I was like, those aren't the jewels. You know what I mean? That's just colored glass. These people so stupid, they ran up in there and risked their freedom for some colored glass. And then the French government came out and said, priceless items have been stolen from the Louvre. And I was like, that's the real junk! Y'all didn't run any armed security around the real crown jewels? For a split second, I felt like it was my money. I was like, what are y'all doing? Ooh, I need to sit down. You said it was priceless, and then right after saying it was priceless, they were like, it's about $100 million. I was like, oh, seems like a price. You said priceless for a day and a half, and then immediately y'all were like, I think 103 probably. At least round up to 110. And then, in my opinion, museum handled it wrong. They were over here freaking out. Everybody, the French government, they got everybody on it. They got like their version of the FBI. They have the local police. They have everybody on it. They plastered all the jewels that were missing all over international news and everything. If I was trying to save face, let's say I was head of museum security, I was trying to save face, I would come out to the public immediately after the robbery and be like, y'all, that was Banksy. Y'all know Banksy played too much. But this is where I wish that they had done a better job of being creative, being inventive. You've just been robbed, one of the boldest robberies that we've seen. And you are the most visited museum in the world. Why don't you just see this as a W? You know what I mean? Instead of freaking out and shutting down the whole wing and staying closed for a day, all you gotta do is put that tape around the crime scene and make that an exhibit. We all wanna see it. Bring people in. Make the security guards that did do their job, the tour guides, just be like, it was 4 of them. They ran up in here. I was like, hey, get out of here. And they were like, ving, ving, ving. I was like, you right. All right, I'm gonna go. But I'm telling everybody, and that's why I'm telling you now. And Yeah, you can see the glass right here. Take a piece of glass home. You can take a piece of glass home if you want. The jewels used to be right there. That's crazy, right? Jewels used to be just like, and the light used to hit it like that, but then they brought the grinder and then so. But they were real, the ones. That's why I'm doing this now, or else I'd be fired. Oh, it sucks. It does. It sucks because, like, it's just gonna turn museum security into TSA. You know what I mean? Because look, this was, as far as museum security goes, this was their 9/11. So if you think you're just gonna roll up in there and have a good time, that's not what's gonna happen. You're gonna show up and they're gonna be like, all right, shoes off. They all gonna have the wand now. Oh, brutal stuff. You're gonna walk into your local museum. You're not even in France. But there's gonna be that security guard, takes his job extra serious, and be like, you're not gonna get me, not today. Pants down, pants down. No, I got a check. You could have anything. You could have an angle grinder in your pants or something. You know, we have some very expensive cups here. I love a tour guide at a museum because then they'll tell you how expensive something is. And at least with the pottery, maybe this is me not being cultured, but some of the pottery that's in museums, and then they'll tell the story of how the pottery got to the museum, and then they'll be like, you know, this is worth easily $100,000. And I'll be like, nah, it's not. It's not. Like, it isn't. Like, it is not. As much as it is here, it is not worth that. Like the function of is, like it is here, like it exists, like it is. It is here. And it is not worth that. And you know how it's not? I know it's not worth that. I know it's not worth that. Because you had to tell me how much it was, because I thought it was worth nothing. I thought y'all dug it up and brought it here because y'all were like, this was just in the ground. Isn't that interesting? I bet you people aren't leaning over the register at the gift shop being like, how much was that clay cup? I only have 50,000 on me. Dang. I would have loved that clay cup that looked like a caveman did it. Because I need to be clear here. I'm not just trying to be rude. The one that I'm talking about, it wasn't like some beautiful African art. It wasn't like a Greek pot or something that was painted with a story on it. It just looked lumpy. It just looked lumpy to the point where I was like, even when they drank out of this, there's no way they got the water on a consistent basis. You could tell it's primitive because it looked like a cup that gulps. Looked like it pours when it wants to. Lip of it all uneven and everything. This is $100,000. I'm like, all right. You sure you didn't look at it too fast and add 2 extra zeros? Because I don't think so. There was a guy. There was a really rich guy, apparently. I don't know. I don't know him, but everybody was saying how rich he was. And he got on the Instagram to actually physically cry about the crown jewels being stolen. And he gave this whole speech about how, like, the robbers, because there's this assumption that the robbers aren't gonna be able to just sell the jewels they stole as is. There are plenty of people in the world that would pay the money it would take to sell them just as is, and maybe they just keep it and only they know they have it. But art collectors usually like to show off their collection. And so they can't tell anybody. So it's better just go ahead and maybe melt it down, sell the jewels. The jewels themselves are still very expensive. In fact, you'll see where throughout history, pieces have been stolen. Mona Lisa was stolen before. Pieces sometimes get stolen, but unless you can sell it to someone, what's it really worth? And so there's speculation that already these jewels have been melted down and being sold for parts, or maybe pieces are being sold that might not be able to be traced back to the complete set. And this guy got on social and he was just crying. Dude had to be in his like 50s, something like that. And he was like, it was that crying where, okay, you know, it was like the crying you do when you're little, but you let yourself do it again when you get grown if something gets to you enough. Which is crazy, because he went online to cry, but then was fighting the crying. But he's fighting the crying to camera. But then just don't turn the camera on yet. Like if you let it out real quick and then do your video. You doing the video, like no one putting the video in your face right now. You doing the video and you, wait, just wait. No one asked for this video. You could wait a day. You could wait till you're over it, or you could just not do it. But this dude got, some people just cry like they choking, and it's just, and then he said a bunch of stuff, and he did say it in French, and I don't speak French, so I'm gonna paraphrase from what everybody said he was saying, but I know he said some of this because a lot of people said he said it, and then I know there's some of it that might be like editorialized on what he said, because I don't know if he said that because I don't speak any French, and then also he didn't even say what he said in French well, because he was crying through the whole thing. Like, and look, to be fair, maybe some of that was crying and maybe a little bit of that was the accent. Maybe some of that was the accent, because there are certain people that when they speak French, they do seem upset for no reason, so then that's... It's like, was that a cry or was that one? Were you saying one just now? Were you like, or is that you trying to hold it together? Because that's why you should have waited to make the video. That's a cry. That was not French. That one. And what this dude basically said was that you didn't just steal from the Louvre. You stole from the French people. You stole a piece of our heritage. You stole a piece of our history. And if you melt that down, if you repurpose that, if you sell that, you will burn in hell, because you have stolen from the people. And I'm almost positive, I don't know everyone who's seen the video, I just know that I saw it, but I'm sure if you saw that video and you were from Africa or Brazil or just anywhere, I'm sure you watched it and you were like, oh no. Someone stole a piece of your heritage? What are you gonna do? Someone in Sri Lanka is like, not France. No. What are you gonna do? And look, I can understand if you are from some of those other countries, if you're from like an African country or something like that, if you're from Haiti and you see this thing, that you might be like, oh no, not the Louvre. They have our stuff too. Did they steal our stuff? Now it's gonna be harder to find, because that's also what was there. So now, oh no. Someone stole it, you know? I just love the story so much. I love the robbers. Cause look, because they even showed up. They weren't just dressed in a construction outfit. They had on the, you know what I mean, the thing, mask and top and bottom. You know, they were wearing the baklava. I don't know. I love this crime so much because it feels a lot like it feels a lot like somebody that runs a trap house robbing a stash house, and then the person from the stash house is like, "We gotta call the police. I can't believe somebody would steal from us. This is unacceptable behavior. We stole all this stuff fair and square. This was ours. And then they took it from us in an act of injustice." Stanford, y'all have been amazing. Thank you so much. I appreciate y'all. I hope you have a phenomenal time.
Give it up for Josh Johnson!
I've lived in New York a little over 10 years now. And it's been incredible, but a lot. It has. It truly, like when I first moved here, I didn't have an apartment ready. I used my job to transfer to move here, but then I needed a place to stay. And I found an apartment with some friends, but the lease wasn't gonna start until long after I got here, so I had to sublet. And so I had to figure out a sublet in Chicago before I ever got here, which means I had to schedule and pay for a sublet on faith. I didn't get to look ahead of time, I just saw pictures. Pictures of wherever that was. Because I get into town. This is like I get to New York. I got like 2 suitcases and my backpack. Everything I got in it, stuffed in it. And then I get to the sublet and I walk in. You know, some of the people I'm gonna be staying with let me in, give me a key because we're all subletting. Turns out everybody in here doesn't live here. We're just an entire apartment full of subletters. And then they showed me to my room, and I walk through the kitchen, and I get ready to walk to the next room, and the guy showing me around is like, stop, that's my room. What? This is your room. And I was like, oh, that's interesting, because this is the hallway. And he was like, no, it's not a hallway. No, this a railroad apartment. And I was like, sir, I'm from Louisiana. I'm from Louisiana. We have railroad houses. I understand the setup. And this is not a railroad apartment because it has quite a lot of corners. A lot of twists and turns to get to other rooms. This is not a railway apartment. This is a hallway. And then he's like, yeah, but I mean, this is the setup. Like, I'm already in this room, and then other guys in the other room, and then other guys in the other room. So that really it's you. Now I didn't know what to do. I had already paid the money, and I didn't have because the person I paid the money to wasn't there. So then I'm like, it's either stay here or come up with a little bit of money to get like a hotel room or something. It just didn't make sense. So I was like, okay, I guess I live in the hallway. And so I set my stuff down And they were like, oh yeah, I know that there was a bed in the picture. And in my head, I was like, how do you know there was a bed in the picture? I thought you were also subletting. It's like, I know there was a bed in the picture, but you could do what I did when I first moved to New York. You could go ahead, go to Target or something, get one of those air mattresses and just keep returning it before the warranty is up. And immediately I took a step back. I was like, sir, you scam air mattresses? I don't feel safe here at all. He's like, yeah, and if you return it every 2 weeks, you can keep it brand new. I was like, oh, all right, I'll look into that. And the first night, when I moved to New York, I got here in like the afternoon, was immediately devastated by my living situation, but then went out and went to shows, went to as many shows as I could. And then it came time to come back to my hallway. And I was standing there for a second. I was looking around. I was like, you know what? No. You got to draw the line somewhere. And so I went into the living room and I slept on the couch. The couch is all right. And some time passed. We all got along pretty well, except for one dude. There was one dude that kept eating my food and trying to blame a dog that did not exist in this apartment. I came back one day and like the bagel I had just left on the counter was gone. And so I was like, hey, does anybody know what's happening? This is crazy now. Like what's going on? He comes out of his room and he's like, oh, that doggone dog came in here. I was trying to wrestle it from him, but I could still see like poppy seeds on his lips. It's like, did you wrestle it with your mouth? And then after like 3 weeks, they tried to hold an intervention with me. Yeah, with me. The person not pretending there's a dog in the apartment. And this is the thing, this is what bothers me. Okay, obviously it sucks that, he stole some of my food and that he lied about it and everything. But then just to try to keep the lie up, he would make random dog noises in the apartment. Which only gives you more explaining to do. He'd be in the apartment, in the living room, I'd be in my hallway. I'd hear him. And then obviously I come into the living room to see what type of dog keeps eating my bagels. And it would just be him. Sitting there like, he just ran out. No, they sat me down to have an intervention with me, and they were like, you've been making everybody uncomfortable. Because you've been sleeping on the couch this entire time, and the couch is really more of a communal space. I was like, oh, I'm sorry, y'all. I'm so sorry. I didn't realize. Ooh, I see where you're coming from. Because it's also a communal space? The hallway I live in. Even being here for things like the snow, like I'm from Louisiana, so snow is still majestic to me. Whenever it really snows heavy, I'm like, wow, look at it coming down all slow. I still do that thing where I try like trace snowflakes all the way down, make yourself real dizzy. Snow is incredible. Except for here. Don't get me wrong, it could be beautiful. If it's gonna be like a real blanket of snow and it's gonna stick, then yes, everything's covered in white, it's gorgeous. If it's just kind of snowing, if it's just lightly snowing, if it's just sleeting a little bit, it is one of the most disgusting things I've ever seen in my entire life, because it hits the ground, it immediately disappears. It goes into some sort of camouflage mode that's just made for slipping. It'll cake up a little bit, but then it gets all black and gray and brown, and then it starts like getting holes in it. Looks like a monster that's coming to eat you. You gotta have your wits about you at all times. You walking in this slippery, sleety snow. Because if you fall, you have fallen into wet New York. Nothing will make you want to die faster than having wet New York on your back. And everybody know you got wet New York on your back, because even when you get up, look, I hope you can get up. I pray you can get up. Because once you fall, watching you get up would be like a deleted scene from Home Alone, because the ground doesn't make it easy and no one helps you. Nobody helps you. Everybody will go, ooh. Nobody gets close. Nobody throws a hand out, because they don't want you to bring them down, because that's exactly what you'll do. I tried to help somebody once. This tiny man taking these itty bitty steps. You knew he didn't want to fall, because you knew he might as well have been 200 feet in the air the way he was looking at this. He was taking weird turns for no reason. He was like, avoid that, no. He was taking rights and lefts like he was driving. And then this man took one step. Just took this one step. And as soon as he put his foot down, he was like, oh. The amount of backwards he flew was unfair for how light the step was. I'm not a physicist, but I imagine that if you're gonna slip, like a Looney Tune, you should have been running. Like the fact that this man took such a small step and then he looked up in the clouds, facing the clouds, and then landed. And this man landed, and we didn't even go, ooh, we went, because we were sure he was gone. That fall was up there when like somebody in their 90s take a nap. Because the way he was rested, we were like, because you land on your back, you need to gather yourself. You can't just get up right away. You got to make sure your soul's still in your body. This man hit the ground, was just staring up at the sky. I was like pretty close to him. A couple other people were pretty close to him. And we were all looking over like, we thought, no one said anything, but I could tell for like 6 seconds, we all thought he passed with his eyes open. Because he was over here looking. Then after a little while, this man blinked. And we were like, oh, thank goodness. I don't think my day could have handled a body. And so then I go to help him up. I'm like, ooh, sir, are you all right? Are you okay? And he didn't say anything, he just kept blinking. Then finally, he saw my hand, he stuck his hand up. And I don't even really feel like I had time. I didn't really have time to grab his hand. I feel like as soon as our fingertips touched, he was like, ha! And you know how you gotta be careful when you trying to, when somebody's drowning and you're trying to save them, sometimes they could fight so hard that they drown you. You know, they over here pushing you down, trying to stay above the water and everything. As soon as I touched this man's hand, he pulled me down in a way that wasn't pragmatic at all. Like, I didn't have my bearings, I didn't have my knees bent, ready to lift him up or anything. He just pulled as hard as he could, and for as little as he was very strong. He was very strong, and admittedly, I'm pretty light. And so as soon as he pulled me, I could feel the whole thing happen. I could feel my hand. I was like, sir, are you all right? And stuck my hand out. And I swear it happened in slow motion. I swear. The way I tried to scream no before my face touched the ground. Face first. This man pulled me so hard, I hit the ground like I fell out of the sky. And now we both there, laying there, drowning. Everybody saw what happened to me, everybody else backed up. Everybody was like, ooh, 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 ooh. And now I'm over here fighting to get up. I swear I know how to do push-ups. But there's something about how slippery the ground is in New York, where even when you think you're doing a perfect push-up, you end up just whoop, whoop, whoop. Finally, he and I, as a team, used each other to get up. It wasn't easy, and it took forever. I remember because we were both at least like, okay, if we get back to back, we should at least be able to sit up. I remember sitting on the ground and then turned to him like, you ready? We finally make it back to our feet. Nobody helped us. And we were covered in wet New York. That ruined my entire week. I think I got some of it in my mouth. It's one of the most disgusting experiences you can have. I remember, I thought I was somewhat ready. When moving to New York, I thought, okay, they have a bus system. I'm living in Chicago. I'm used to a bus system, I'm used to a train system, I just gotta figure out the schedule, gotta figure out my routes and stuff. I should be okay. It was very different than if I had moved straight to New York from Louisiana. I had a little bit of an adjustment, so it wasn't as much of a culture shock. But I wasn't ready for some of the versions of the things here. I took the bus in Chicago, took the bus all the time, but Chicago's on like a grid system. You take this bus, it's gonna go that way. Forever. it'll go that way till you're not in Chicago anymore. You take the bus here. To be fair, it's different in the city. Sometimes in the city, it's pretty straightforward. It's just like here to over here, and it's gonna be miles long or whatever. But taking the bus in Brooklyn, that's the most like carpooling I've ever felt on public transportation. There was a couple buses I would take when I first moved here, when I was like getting my bearings and everything, and I got to know some of the people. On my bus rides, I got to know some of the bus drivers. I remember one who was training, and I could tell he was training because this wasn't the bus route. I try not to be that person. I really, like, genuinely, I try not to be a know-it-all because, look, I don't know everything, and there are plenty of times where I think I know something and then I end up looking stupid. But I do go home every day. One thing I do every day is go home, and so I'm used to the general look of on the way home. And this bus is on my way home, but this bus is not going towards my home at all. I'm seeing new restaurants. I'm seeing I'm looking out the window and something is wrong. None of the familiar checkpoints, none of them. Also, people keep pulling and he not stopping. We on the bus, everybody kidnapped. Everybody. I'm looking out the window, I'm not seeing anything I'm used to seeing. I'm like, either gentrification is moving at lightning speed, or we are not on the route home. And finally, somebody said something. Somebody said something. Somebody was like, because you never know, you want to be respectful, but you don't even know what to say. You don't even know what to go, Mr. Bus Driver? Mr. Bus Driver, I don't think we on the way home. Didn't respond right away. Mr. Bus, I don't think this is the right way. I take it every day, and I don't think we're going the right way, and we also haven't seen any of the stops. Because what I tell you, we are not seeing bus stops. We're not on a different route by accident. There's no way to get off. And then this man over here, huh? And I'll tell you one thing that genuinely makes me very angry. It actually really bothers me, is when somebody thinks that the only thing to do when they don't know what to do, the thing that shows strength, the manliest thing to do is just double down. That you could convince me against reality. Like, there's something manly about pretending not to be wrong even when you're wrong, you know? And I'm sitting here on the bus, and this man is over here, huh? You could hear from the panic in his voice, he knew. I don't think we're going the right way. No, we on the way. Well, just in case, maybe you'll let one of us put you back on the right way with some Google Maps. Imagine standing at the front of the bus. No, you're gonna want to take a left here. I love taking the bus though, because I do enjoy bus drama. You always catch people, because the bus, nobody's on the bus for that long, so all the drama that you overhear or all the drama that you witness is like the middle of the story. It's always like a small little pocket. I was taking the same bus for months and got to know one of the bus drivers, and there was this one day I get on the bus, 2 stops later, this woman gets on the bus, arm in arm with this man, walks right up to a bus driver, puts the Metro card in. This is back when they had Metro cards. Put the Metro card in, take it back, looks at him and goes, "Hello, Harold." I couldn't pull my AirPods out fast enough. Because Harold looking shook. This is origin story stuff. "Hello, Harold. How you doing?" "I'm good." Saying, "I want you to meet my new man." "His name's Ethan." And Ethan's standing there like he didn't know that this is why they took the bus. Like Ethan not trying to flex on Harold at all. He looked very confused. Like, and then she takes a little turn to start walking down towards the seats. It's like, right after she says, "This is my new man, Ethan," she's like, "We're headed back to his place." Look, listen to me. I understand that, like, as men, we haven't been great, throughout history and stuff. But it is diabolical. It is clear and present evil to make your ex-boyfriend drive you to your new boyfriend's house. That's crazy. It all happened so fast. She got on the bus. "Hello, Harold. This is Ethan. We're going back to his place. He's an engineer." And poor Harold's sitting there. Close the door. And you could tell he needed a second. He didn't hit the gas right away. Ethan walking back there with this girl, and he clearly feels some type of way. Harold couldn't just let that go unanswered. No, he was about to drive them for his job back to Ethan's place. And he'd know where it was because they hit they pulled. Harold's sitting there and he rubbed his forehead real quick and then he turned, he was like, I don't know what kind of engineer he is taking the bus. Ethan was standing there like, what did I do? I didn't. When I moved to New York, there was a lot that I didn't know. Like, I didn't know, okay? I had no idea that when you went to the bodega, that there would be a cat. The first time I went to a bodega and I saw the cat, it was just me, I'm just being honest with you. I walked in, I was like, okay, unprofessional. Unprofessional. We all got our pets, we all love our pets, but this is a place of business. People don't just bring their cat to the office. Had no idea that the bodega cat was there for a reason. I had no idea bodega cats were there for a reason until I walked into a bodega that didn't have a cat. And I saw a rat. And I didn't just see a rat. I saw Mr. Rat. Because I walked down the aisle and I see this rat. And there was a time back in the day where there were only a few rats that were this brazen. They all used to be a little bit more skittish. Remember, pre-COVID, pre-COVID, you would see a rat, and that rat had the Christianity to run when it saw you see it. There used to be only a few brave rats, and now post-COVID, they're all pretty laid back. This was years ago when I moved here, but I saw this rat, and living in Chicago, even living in Louisiana, you expect when you see a mouse or a rat and you make your presence known, they're like, oh, gotta get out of here. No. I walked out, I see this rat sees me. This rat actually looked me up and down. And that's why I was like, oh, the cat. I see. I get it now. No, because you would see these bodega cats, not necessarily friendly, not always down for a little pet or anything. And they'll be perched up too. They always find somewhere that's comfortable for them. It doesn't matter where it is. It'll be on the snacks. It'll be on the saltines you need, but that's where they'll be perched up somewhere. They don't even meow right. First time I heard a bodega cat meow, it was over here. Had that little like quiet yawn. Went to open his mouth. I'm expecting to hear a little purr. Something sweet, you know? So, you know what I mean? Something subtle. You know? Not at all. This bodega cat was over here. I was like, this is an uncle. This is this is crazy. No, I saw this bodega cat out there, perched up. And I turned the corner, and I saw a mouse. And I was like, in the same place. The cat was here. Mouse was there. Cat wasn't moving. I was like, okay, unprofessional, all right? You supposed to be at work right now. This. Oh. Like, I get that they're there to serve a purpose, you know. The cat takes care of the rat. But then, different time, I was in bodega. We saw this cat perched up, getting real comfortable. Didn't see a rat in sight. I was like, okay, he's been busy. Doing his job. I'm getting my bagel. And then I hear this cat. And then this cat coughed up a hairball. And I was standing there like, I think I prefer the rat. This is crazy. What happened just now? Was there a cat in him? You know, sometimes one thing is a means to an end, but it's not the best thing either. It could still be pretty bad. Like when Trump grabbed Maduro, right? In case you're not familiar with Maduro, leader of Venezuela, who Trump went ahead and grabbed and kidnapped and brought here. And look, Maduro's terrible. Like, Maduro is actually horrible. Like, two things can be true. I think that as Americans, like, living in the US, we want a story to be clear. We want a clear protagonist, antagonist. We want one good guy, one bad guy. We forget that sometimes you could have two villains. Just because Maduro was bad doesn't mean you can't look at the way Trump would have grabbed him and go, ooh, not like that, That doesn't mean you want Maduro back in, but it's also, what is this? What have you done now? You know, Trump grabbed Maduro, and then he got that man in that federal detention center. He got him in the same federal detention center. This is the same federal detention center that they kept Diddy. And look, Diddy wasn't there because he's been sentenced and everything, but whew, can you imagine? Can you imagine what that day would have been like for Maduro if he was? Like, imagine, you were the president. And then you just went to bed. Very stylish pajamas, by the way. You went to bed. Then you wake up, you getting grabbed. They bring you to Brooklyn. They bring you to Brooklyn. And imagine, I know it didn't happen this way, but pretend with me for a second. You get into this federal detention center and you see Diddy. Looking over like, oh no. You don't know him personally, but you've heard stories. And now you sitting there in like gin pop or whatever. Maybe you just trying to have lunch. And Diddy approach you. Diddy walks up to you, maybe stands over you, leans down and goes, I heard you got oil. And now you gotta disappoint them. Now you gotta get the message across. No, not that type of oil. And Diddy says some heinous Diddy type stuff. He says something like, well, slippery, slippery. They got Maduro in there. The same places that they kept Tekashi 6ix9ine. If you don't know who Tekashi 6ix9ine is, he's a rapper, allegedly. And he's known for his tattoos, more tattoos than body. Also known for his antics on the street, how he's always involved in some beef or some drama or something like that. He's also known for his colorful hair, these grills, just his whole aesthetic. It's very unique. It's one of the reasons he got so popular. There really is nobody doing things the way that he did them. It's why he was such a phenomenon. And you're Maduro. And you look over, you see Tekashi 6ix9ine. You turn to somebody, you ask, who is that? Like, oh, well, that's Tekashi 6ix9ine. And you're like, I feel like my English is pretty good. But I didn't understand anything you just said. You just said a word I've never heard with some numbers. Is he a robot? What happened to the other 68? No, this is the same place that they kept Ghislaine Maxwell, R. Kelly, El Chapo. This is like a real-life Arkham Asylum. They got that man in there in the same place. They got Luigi Mangione. Whew. Wow. I don't know. You see things happen in prison all the time. You know, people talk about corruption. They talk about, it's a faulty facility. Conditions are bad and everything. And there's a lot of corruption in the prison system. And as long as there's corruption, maybe just leave Luigi alone with a 3D printer. Let him go to work for a little while. Just see what happens. Well, just turn the cameras off, They did it for Epstein. But yeah, Trump went and grabbed Maduro. And if you don't know, because I don't expect everybody to know, I feel like we in the US are not always up on current events in other places, their systems of government and their leaders and everything. But Maduro, terrible. I can't stress this enough. This dude was willing to let 80% of his nation fall into poverty. A country that was rich in natural resources, but he was willing through corruption to let inflation get out of control. He wanted to seize and consolidate all of his power. He did everything to quell protest, and he... But yeah, that's the dude that got him. Went and grabbed Maduro. And when you ask questions about what's next, because this is the other thing. This is why it's a sort of fool's errand to defend every one of Donald Trump's actions, because you'll see these people, whether they're pundits, whether they're senators, whether they're whatever, sycophants, whatever, they come out and they give some almost noble or some at least logical reason for this crazy thing that has happened. They'll talk about what type of leader Maduro was, or how the people of Venezuela are living in this poverty. They'll give all these reasons why they went and grabbed him. But then Trump, unprovoked, will make a statement that undercuts everything that they said. They'll talk about bringing wealth back to the country, how this is the best possible thing for the United States and Venezuela, and that the president has the interests of the Venezuelan citizens and the U.S. citizens at heart completely. And then Trump will come out and be like, it was oil. I really just want that oil. Even now with Greenland. What is happening? No one knows what's happening. They're sending troops over there to Greenland. Like, you have people in the EU being like, we're just gonna send some people over to Greenland just to make sure. Meanwhile, Trump's over here, I'll slap tariffs on anybody that disagrees with what I'm doing in Greenland, which is like, I don't know, like the world? Like, people in Greenland aren't happy. People in Greenland are protesting. You know how much you gotta mess up to be protested in a country that you're not even in? Like, you... It's insane. And no one really knows what the plan is. And no one knows what his plan is. I actually think that he's talked about it a little bit too much and he's a little too far gone to just do nothing. You know? He set himself on a path, and because he's the type of person that has a saved face, that never wants to look weak, and for him, strength is doubling down. Strength is just repeating yourself over and over again, even if it's wrong. Strength is just never correcting course, like a bus driver that doesn't know the route that he's going. Oh, it's infuriating. It's infuriating because we're on the bus. Like, we're on the bus. And we're looking out the window like, I don't recognize where any of this is going. This doesn't seem good at all. Greenland, the place with 60,000 people in it, we're really going after them. And he's saying, we need Greenland for national security. All right. What about the national security of Greenland? Do you know what I mean? It's something that he said his first term. His first term, he came out and he was like, I think we need Greenland. And we sort of let it go. We let it go because in his first term, he said a lot of things. You remember. It's almost too many to count. He came out in his first term and he was over here like, hey, look, hurricane come, drop a bomb in it. They don't know me, I'm DJT, all right? I'll drop a bomb in a hurricane, I don't care. Please, I wish a hurricane would. Please step to me, hurricane. Remember he had that chart. He had lots of charts, but there was one chart in particular he had of the path of a hurricane. And then he had drawn in marker the hurricane going somewhere else. And then everyone in the room was like, does he think he can control the hurricane with the marker? He's like, everyone said it was gonna go this way, it went this way. We were like, Mr. President, there are tens of thousands of residents that can attest that it did not go that way. Man was over here saying wild stuff. First term? Look, maybe we could address COVID by... clean it from the inside, you know what I mean? Like, let's try something. Stood in front of doctors and then was like, why don't we try cleaning it? See, y'all not even thinking like I'm thinking. Y'all not even on the level. Y'all over here, ooh, science, science, science. Y'all over here worried about microscopes. Let's look, let's really get to it. Let's really... Trust me. Trust me, look. Take a couple sips. Probably be right as rain, probably. I don't know. I'm throwing out ideas, you know what I mean? I'm trying to I'm trying to think proactively. You know, you got them over here talking blah, 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 blah all day. I'm over here trying to help people. And then he caught it. I remember the day he caught it too. I was like, oh. He old. Isn't this bad? He caught it that he's old. What's gonna happen? I don't know if y'all remember that time, the way that it was unfolded, but when they announced it, I remember getting the notification on my phone, like Trump got COVID. And I was like, oh, okay. Okay. This is a time to listen to the science, Mr. President. I don't know if you're gonna live by your word, but the bleach right there. And then they pumped them full of whatever you need to survive it. They gave him that good stuff too, because remember he did a he did a walkout that night. Walked out, still on a balcony over here. Ripped his mask off, defiant, was standing there. So much happened first term. He looked at the sun. This man caught COVID and looked at the sun in the same time period. He looked at the sun like somebody who was told not to look at the sun. Looked up, they were like, Mr. President, don't look at the sun. They screamed it out loud. And he was like, tell him. No, so many wild things were said that first term. Non-stop. Felt like every day something was said. So yeah, of course, you miss Let's Take Greenland. That's like 3 p.m. on a random Wednesday. That doesn't stick out to you at all. I'm an adult now, and I'm one of the first generations of adults that got participation trophies. Like when we were kids, we were that first generation of like give everybody a trophy, build their confidence. But we were also the first generation that got attacked for getting participation trophies. But I didn't give myself the trophy. Do you know what I mean? Like I didn't say I need a trophy. You wouldn't believe how disappointed I was when I found out there was a trophy store. I remember going there and just looking around. I was little, but I was like, wait a second. You can just get to say whatever you want. You don't even have to be good at, wow. You can just buy achievements. It doesn't seem right. You know? And I look at it this way. If you're a kid that was really good at something, and then at the end of the season or the end of the competition or something like that, everybody gets the same trophy. I could see that kid being upset because they're like, why did I work this hard to be so good and everybody gets the same thing that I get? I understand that argument, right? But I understand it coming from a kid. If you're the adult that's mad about it, but you don't even have like a kid that was competing, you just don't like the idea, you were never gonna get the trophy. That's weird to look at a kid you don't know and be like, they don't deserve it. Why do they get anything? It's like, oh no, that needs to be worked out in therapy. That's, oh jeez. Like when I was a little kid, I wanted to be an athlete. I wanted to be an incredible athlete, you know. Because all my heroes at the time were athletes. They were all people that could do what nobody else could do. They were people that had set themselves apart in their achievements, dedicating their lives to being so good at something that they did it better than it had ever been done before, and maybe in a way that it could never be done again. Nobody could knock people out like Mike Tyson. Nobody could make a game-winning, buzzer-beating shot like Jordan. I wanted to be an athlete too. And so I started on my journey. Played that good old European football, played some soccer, right? And quickly realized that that sport wasn't for me. Because that sport is 90% running. As a child with asthma, it was ridiculous for me to be out there every Saturday morning fighting for my life. I was furious. At one point, I was talking to the coach. I was like, I gotta run back and forth every time like the ball never gonna come back this way. And I was on this team. Now, the team that I was on, they did this back in the day. This was huge in, 80s, 90s, 70s, stuff like that, but I don't know how much they do it now. Basically, there's no team at like the elementary school or something like that, the community will band together and start like a little league, and they'll get different local businesses, like get like a laundromat to pay them some money for some uniforms, and then that's your name to advertise for them. Y'all become the Bubbles or whatever. And then you end up playing other local kids and everything. And so it's just very important that I point out that I didn't make a team. I was on a team somebody made. There's a huge difference. And I think about this one particular year, because there was this one year I was on the team and there was a kid that was good and a kid that was great, right? And the kid that was good, he was good, he was all right. But what I really loved about being on the team with him was that his mom, whenever it was her turn, because every parent took a turn bringing the halftime and post-game snack. Whenever it was her turn, she would pick oranges from the orange tree that they had, slice them up, put them in a bag, bring them to us. They were some of the best oranges I had ever had. So I was always excited when it was her turn. And there was this one particular Saturday where it was not only her turn, but the same parent that brought the halftime and post-game snack led us in the pre-game prayer. This is the Deep South, so we're gonna pray before everything, right? And so we're all in a circle with our heads bowed and everything. And it doesn't take me long to notice that his mom is actively praying against the other team. Like, we all standing there holding hands, heads bowed and everything, but then at one point she's like, and you're in control of all things, Lord, so if you want an ankle to roll, let it roll. I kept my head bowed, but at one point I was like, does anybody else hear this? I don't think that's how you're supposed to pray. And there was one time the adults were talking, so I just, kept to myself. I didn't say anything, but I overheard her being like, oh, I hope he sticks with it. I think he's good enough to get a full ride scholarship. And in my head, I was like, ooh, we're 8. He barely better than me, and I'm not good. So you better start saving. Because it's very hard for an 8-year-old to show like any sort of like athletic prowess, especially in a game like soccer. Because the kids that score goals, all they really have is a basic sense of distance management. Like they know to kick the ball far enough that they haven't kicked it all the way away from them, but they're also not dribbling all slow. They keep it at a good distance. And then, especially if they're running, they're going towards a goalie who's also 8. they're going towards a goalie who's also 8 years old, and somehow, no matter how much practice he is involved in, is not prepared for this. And so then they kick the ball to the left, the goalie jumps to the right out of panic. And so he scored the goal. It's not impressive, but he scored. There was a kid on our team that was good, but then there was a kid on our team that was great. Truly great. Like I had never seen anything like it. This kid could pull the ball back, kick it up in the air, jump in the air, kick it in the goal at an angle, come up grass stained, goal! He was on our team, and sometimes I'd still be upset. One time he did that exact move, and I was like, y'all must be practicing him extra because I didn't see any of those drills last week. And there was this one weekend we had a tournament. Now a tournament, okay, no matter how much money the parents were willing to try to raise or pay to keep their kids involved in this thing, nobody was willing to pay to bus us around the tri-state area every weekend. So every tournament had to be done in a day. And so if you won, you had to keep playing games until the end of the tournament. So if you won, you just kept playing in the hot Louisiana sun. Winning was a punishment. And there was this one Saturday, we got a kid that's good and a kid that's great, so we've been winning. This is our third game. And the kid who is great has scored 4 goals before the half. That's a lot. All by himself, 4-0. They haven't scored on us at all. And it's not because our defenders were good. Our defenders were trash. I was one of them. And this kid is scoring all the goals, but it's not because he's being a ball hawk. It's just anytime we get the ball, we pass it to him. I wasn't trying to be a hero, mainly because my coach said, don't try to be a hero. In fact, when the ball came to me, I was like, you know what to do with that? And so this kid is zooming down the pitch for his 5th goal. And the defenders on the other team are devastated. The goalie is embarrassed. And as he's coming towards him, one of the defenders sees him coming and just steps out of the way. Steps out of the way and at the last second puts his foot in the way and pushes him down as hard as he can. And then the defender on the other team, that kid's dad, stands up and goes, let's go, Henry. Let's go, play hard. Which was a huge mistake because now the dad on our team knows who to hit. So then he got up and started walking across the field through children like traffic. We still playing it. He over here locked in. And he walked up to this other dad. And, I can't hear what's being said because I'm a defender on the other side of the field, but I see them getting closer and closer. You can tell with the body language that they're both very tense. And then I hear some mumbling, then I hear some yelling, and then the dad from the other team hauls off and pushes our dad. Our dad falls back a little bit, shakes his head, and goes, bah! Right? Now, this is a team full of dirty players and dirty parents, because then parents from the other team tried to jump our dad. But then our dad was like, anybody can get it. Anybody, okay? He started kicking and punching and elbowing and kneeing and headbutting. A few people, I'm pretty sure, were trying to get out the way. And then Henry sees what's happening to his dad and the other parents on the field, and so he starts running down the field. Leave my dad alone! And he runs up behind our dad, climbs him like a little spider monkey, and wraps his arms around his neck. Now, our dad can't hit this kid because he's right behind him, but he can use him to hit everybody else. He started spinning around as hard as he could. Little Henry hanging on. Grown men were catching cleats in the face. And I was just standing there like, that's the most athletic man in the world. That's who I want to be when I grow up. And so I can understand that, you get to the end of a season, and then we all get a trophy. We got one kid on our team that's good, one kid on our team that's great, and then I was looking at my trophy like, all right, y'all could have at least made them different sizes because I was really just present. I'm not gonna lie to you. You think about that now as an adult, and there are some parts of the concept of a participation trophy that are wild to me, if I'm being honest. Like, who would have thought that the Nobel Peace Prize would basically become this sort of participation trophy? You see this woman handing over her Peace Prize to Trump. Not that peace is a competition, but even if it was, he lost. Oh, it's so crazy. Why? I don't know why he cares about it so much. Obama did get it, didn't he? Obama did get it. That's true. Even holding it, it's like, you don't really believe that one's yours. There's no way. There's no way. I know his brain is soup, but there's no way that he actually believes it works like that. It doesn't even have your name on it. That's like letting your friend hold your diploma and then he thinks he's a lawyer all of a sudden. Like, that's crazy. Not a man of peace at all. See what's going on in our own country. You're willing to go to war with your own people. Threatening the Insurrection Act. Man, sometimes irony's annoying. You literally led one. And then I can't stress this enough. Trump threatening the Insurrection Act for a protest in Minneapolis off of the actions of an ICE agent who also didn't need to be there, because remember, they're looking for Bond villain level daycare Somali swindlers who have somehow sucked up all the money in the world and brought it to Minneapolis. Like, this goose chase you already created is why this thing happened that the people are protesting about, that most of the people in the country literally agree with the protesters, and you're willing to send in the military for the insurrection that you invoking the Insurrection Act is like, it's like Diddy being like, pervert, like that.
It's Josh Johnson in 3D!
Ooh, I'm in 3D. Good popcorn.
All right. No, it's just, okay. I know that there must be black people that live here, but I looked up the stats and we're here. I don't know where, but sure. I was looking around today and I was like, surely. I like being in Madison. I like Madison's, this is a very sweet place. It's like very earnest, It is. Because even though there aren't that many black people here, y'all seem like disappointed about it, but you'll take it. No, it's just the way that I have seen people today and they smile at me. They smile like... It's like they're excited. They seem excited to see... they don't know who I am, but they just seemed excited. They were like, oh, wow. I don't know. Look, I know this place is very liberal. I just don't always know how to feel around liberal white people because sometimes the excitement is almost too much. It's like... Do you know what I mean? There's a... I say, do you know what I mean? You wouldn't know what I mean. The excitement is almost a little over the top because it's like, oh, thank goodness you came. But then I'm like, why do you seem so surprised? I only have one gripe with Madison since I got here. I was leaving my hotel, so I got checked into my hotel. Everyone's so nice. Everyone really genuinely here is so sweet. I get there, I check in. They even let me check in early. They didn't charge me or anything. I walked in, and the woman at reception was like... No, I'm telling you, even when I was like, oh, I'm here to check in, and she's like, oh, okay, I can look. Yeah, check-in is a little late. I was like, oh, yeah, I was hoping I could check in early. I don't know if there's a fee or anything like that. And this woman said, oh, no, of course, I'm going to try to get you into a room as soon as possible. It's the least I could do. I was like, for what? What did you do that I don't know that you did? Do you know me? What is happening here? You know what it is, too? I think a lot of the liberal white people that I know have just read too much history, so they're like, ooh. I swear that's it. It's just like, oh, oof, And then we made it worse. Okay, I suppose that in order to address this problem systemically, I could just smile harder. And so anyway, she gets me checked in my room, free of charge, very nice. This is a very, very sweet woman. And then I get to my room, unpack my stuff, and then I'm like, it's a little like stir crazy because I was on 2 planes. I had to fly twice this morning to get here when I wanted to get here to make sure I was here for this. And so I didn't sleep that well, but now I was like overtired. I didn't want to take a nap or anything. And I had just been in like 2 middle seats. I was like, I need to get out. I need to walk and stuff. And so I walk outside of the hotel room and I saw a man playing a harmonica. On its face, nothing wrong with it, right? It was just the way he was playing it. Okay, this is gonna be hard to explain. But just stick with me. You know, like when like a white kid from the suburbs starts rapping? He was doing that with the harmonica. You know what I mean? This dude was very white. It's a nice day out. He was burning, right? He was very, very white. But he was playing the harmonica, not in key, by the way. It's not like, oh wow, where'd he get all that soul from? He just blowing hard. He's blowing. But he playing the harmonica, and you could just see from his eyebrows, he's trying to, I don't know, he's just really trying to play it like he'd been through something. And I was like, nah. Mm-mm. This is uncomfortable. You can tell a lot about somebody by the way they eat fruit. I try not to judge people. Like first impressions are also difficult to shake, but they do not always give you like the full view of a person. Like we get this conflicting thing where we're taught that first impressions are really important, but we're also taught to not judge a book by its cover and everything. So it just leaves us in this place where it's like, okay, give everybody this second chance meeting sort of thing, right? And my struggle is that when you see someone eat fruit, that's all they're doing. They're not telling you, oh, I'm a psychopath. Like they are just eating. They're just having a snack, right? But then the way that they have that snack, it's like, oh, this is you being yourself. And so then if I see you being yourself in a way I've never seen anybody be themselves, I'm going to attribute you being yourself to things that other people don't usually do, like kill everybody, right? I say that because I saw a man eat an apple bottom up. I've never seen something in my life so confusing and graphic at the same time. This man had an apple. He had an apple, and he was holding it like an apple too. He was holding it like a regular, like the way you would present Snow White with an apple, he was holding an apple. Holding it stem up, bottom down, holding the apple. And then, mid-sentence, pulls out the apple. Right? We're still good. We're still good. This is still law-abiding right here. Mid-sentence, pulls out the apple, holds it up like this, but then still goes like... I should call the police. Like I should. Do you know what I mean? Like, these are the two opposite spectrums. It'll be like, all right. Black people mind their business having a barbecue in the picnic, and then a white lady calls the police because they don't have a permit to be out here. What? Okay, sure, okay. You get that one, and then I will get, hey, he eating it, look. No, you need to come down to see it. No, when you see it, it'll be a big deal, trust me. Trust me, okay, all right. No, keep eating, they on the way. No, it's insane. I couldn't look away, but I've never been more confused. You started with the word. I'm pretty sure you're not even supposed to eat the bottom of the apple. Cartoons don't eat the bottom of the apple. In a cartoon, they'll have the apple like a C, just none of the stem, none of the bottom. You went bottom first. You ate an apple by its knuckles first. I know you are out of your mind. I don't even know what is that at the bottom of the apple? Cause you know that sticky, it's like where the seed finished opening up or something, like it's like spiky, and that's first. That's the first thing you taste when you eat an apple, and you kept eating the apple. And then you ate the core too, because now every bite is like an eighth core. So then you are having the worst version of an apple anybody's ever had. It would be like if you watch someone cut a pie and eat it, and they also ate the tin that the pie... Y'all aren't upset enough about this, and y'all gotta start making some decisions. You're either gonna have more black people in Madison, or you need to get more upset about what I'm talking about. I refuse to live in a world where y'all are over here. But then I tell you about this man eating an apple, and you're like, live and let live. Like that will not happen. I promise you. This is insane. It was so crazy. It was at one point, this dude was eating the bottom of the apple, still holding it from its side, which can't be a comfortable position, because now you are eating an apple as a human the way a dog licks peanut butter out of a cup. Like, it's like, how are you even getting to the part you're trying to eat anymore? Also, why are you holding it over your head? Like, it's... By the time he got done, because then he also ate the whole apple. This is how I knew he was a real psycho. This is how I knew he had somebody in the basement. This is how I knew that he worships the devil, something. Because by the end, last few bites, he was just holding it by the stem. And at the very end, put the whole thing is about pop. Stem right here. See, now you're getting upset. Now this is what I needed. Pops the whole thing out of his mouth like once again like a cartoon, but when a dog would eat a chicken bone and just pull it all out, right? And then look, I really try to be like y'all, a live and let live type of individual, you know? I didn't, the whole time he was eating the apple, I only went, once, right? Okay? But when he was done eating, he was done eating the apple, he put the stem in his pocket. I'm not proud of it. I'm not proud of it at all. But that was when I thought to myself, we clearly got to kill him. We clearly, nobody else does this. What is the stem? Why are you collecting stems? That's witchcraft right there. That is, hit him with a Bible. I bet he burned. I bet he burned every time. put the stem in his pocket. Made me sick. And look, sometimes I can admit, sometimes I'm wrong. Sometimes I'm wrong. I don't know. I don't know everything. So I was sitting there, and having lunch with some friends. My friend pulled out a kiwi. I didn't know you could eat the skin. I didn't know you could eat the skin. They pulled out a kiwi and they bit it in the face. Imagine a little kiwi cartoon. Like imagine, like those cartoons they show the kids to get them to eat their vegetables and the fruits and stuff. Imagine a little kiwi over here dancing. And then she come along, she pick up the kiwi, and it's like, ooh, you're about to get some vitamins, right? And then she bit across it. All I can imagine is that same cartoon kiwi like, it was gonna get eaten anyway. Not like this. Bit that thing in the face, whole started chewing and everything. And so once again, this is me. I didn't know you could have the skin. So I was like, ew. Is nobody else gonna say anything? Apparently I was the only one at the table that didn't know you could eat the skin. But then when I found out you could eat the skin, I was like, oh, okay. Could and should are different. Like, just... Bit this kiwi in the face, full skin, and you basically eating Velcro and kiwi. If you can bite into a kiwi with the skin on, unwashed, just full on. Yeah. If you can do that, I bet you could bite a person right on their head. I bet you. She did it cold, no emotion. What are people doing out here? What are people doing? Ooh. People making me nervous. People make me nervous because none of us exist in a vacuum. All of our decisions affect all of us. Every decision affects everybody else. Some of them don't. Some of them don't. You wake up in the morning, you want to have apple juice or orange juice, that's on you. It's all juice. It's all too much sugar. You're going to be tired at 2 p.m. Maybe that affects me if, you are the person that I go to at the bank that has to tell me about my loan. And now you're sleepy while you're going over my rates. Yeah, I guess then I'm affected. But not every decision. Just a lot of decisions that you make affect other people that you don't even know yet. You haven't met these people. But what you do affects them. So it's important that you just are mindful of the decisions you make. It's kind of like when people have a kid. My friends started having kids years ago. So now all my friends' kids are these little people. These now they talk. Before it was like a little baby that you could hold and oh, you want to hold him? I'm like, does he want to be held by me? That's no one cares. Hold him. And then you hold him and the baby's like, oh, what? You know, when babies give you that look that's you are clearly no one I've met before and I haven't processed extra people yet, so, oof. And then because the baby's cute, you're bringing the baby up to your face, so you talking right to it, but you gotta think about aspect ratio. All right? I understand the baby is adorable. The baby's very sweet. You pick up a baby, you want to hold the baby. Oh, look at your cute baby. You want to make them laugh so that, you can have that memory. They won't remember. But then you pick up the baby. You got to remember, you are a giant. You are You are the biggest person this baby's ever seen up close, right? And the baby doesn't have like the object permanence to understand as we get closer, you're not getting bigger. So when you bring the baby right up to your face, that's why the baby's like, whoa. Being held all uncomfortable, like. Especially grandparents. Grandparents be out here picking the baby right up, kissing the baby. That was a light year that just passed by for that baby. The baby got picked. Whoa! Ow! You know, and so the baby's doing the best they can, and then you put the baby down, falls asleep, doesn't even, if it had a bad experience, it doesn't even remember. It's not even like, oh, remember the time that giant came right at me? The baby never, that's not like a core memory for anybody. You know, and so the baby, you know, goes back to sleep and everything. Then years, a couple years go by, and within those years, this baby's like a little, now they know words, they've caught on to some of the words, and it's, too much. This is the thing I wish we could skip. The experience I'm having with my friends' kids right now is like too much. I think we should go from baby to like 22. Like we gotta skip a lot of this other stuff because now my friends' kids, I'll come over and my friends' kids are old enough to notice things about me and say them out loud that I'm insecure about, and they don't have any manners because they are before manners were invented. So then they just say it. They're just like, your ears are small, and it's like, that's okay. Wow. Yeah, I'll just take that to dinner with your parents. I'll just think about that for the rest of my life. Because you're a child, and it was so honest that it's definitely true. Nightmare stuff. Just absolute nightmare fuel. My friend's kid, very sweet, very cute, will not stop whispering. And I hate it. I hate it. We'll be with everybody. We'll be in the room with everybody. Everybody's hanging out together. And then child walk up to me and go, hello. No. Unless you feel like fighting, no. And then they're over here doing whatever the parenting thing is to do now, where they don't tell their kid not to be creepy. So then kid love walking right up and telling you something that would be harrowing even if they weren't whispering. But the whispering is exponentially scary. They love to walk up and get close to your ear and stuff, and it's like, you just sneezed. You gotta chill. You have to chill. No boundaries. No understanding of germs at all. Get right up in your ear. I had a dream. And now because it's a child, and if you freak out, it like ruins the child's life. So then you have to sit there like that wasn't terrible. Like you weren't just watching TV and then heard that in your ear and didn't want to go, oh! Like you have to check yourself as an adult. Come up in your ear, you're like watching the game with their dad. I had a dream. Oh, okay, buddy. What was your dream about? You don't even want to ask that when it's an adult. Yeah, bud. I want you to have confidence when you get older. So what was your dream about? What was the dream? I had a dream that you died. You're not gonna do anything about this. You're not gonna say anything. You're not gonna tell him that there are some thoughts that stay thoughts. You're not gonna tell him that some things stay in your head. terrifying, because then the way that people raise their kids does affect everybody. Because now we are all living with the consequences of other people's kids, because that's who we are. We're all other people's kids. I like to think that my parents did a good job because I'm alive. Baseline, I know how to be alive. My mom isn't here. She's not in the building. And I made it to the building. So I did develop some skills. I learned how to get myself from a place to a place, right? My mom is chilling at home right now, and I am here, and I didn't need her to get me. Okay, we're good, And then it goes further than that. It's like we're dealing with people who are the product of what their parents taught them was okay or bad or judge them for, and we're all trying to figure it out together, because then nobody's parents were perfect. So then there were some things that aren't even a big deal, but their parents made a big deal out of. So then you as a adult will make a friend, and then out of nowhere there'll be a behavior that you question. You're like, why is this thing happening? And then you find out, oh, this thing happened when I was little, and that's why I am the way I am, at least in this one regard, right? People are always changing and everything, but every time maybe you play softball together, maybe you work in the same office, and you play softball on the weekends, and every time they hit a home run and they come to home plate, stomp home plate, they're all proud of themselves, and they come back to the dugout and you go to high five them, they flinch. And you're like, oh, okay, there's something to unpack there. That's unfortunate. I think about that because when I was little, I was making my friends, but all of my friends were also the products of whatever their parents were doing. And so then I was over here just living my life and playing with my friends and everything. And then one day, I was wildly itchy. I was freaking out. I was like, this is crazy. And my mom lifted my shirt, and woof, it was bad. It was very bad. I had chicken pox. I had chicken pox because someone else was nasty. Do you know what I mean? I'm out here playing kickball, but they have chicken pox. They are over here. Get to home plate. Get home, got chicken pox. Couldn't go to school, because my mom is a good person. She didn't do what the other parents did, which was send their kid to school with chicken pox. Just be like, he'll work it out. And some of us never get out of that thing, by the way. That's a thing I think we learned in COVID. No matter what political leanings you have, no matter how you feel about how your state or this state or the government at large handled COVID, we can all agree that people are nasty. People are incredibly nasty. People are so nasty. Sometimes you'll watch a person being nasty because you're like, all right, this is the best I can do right here. If I stare, that's the social cue to stop. No, don't look away. Don't look away. We got to keep looking at him until he stops. And some people just never signed that part of the social contract. They didn't initial it or anything. They see you staring and they're like, oh, it's a show. Okay. People are disgusted, which is why COVID was so scary. Because we were like, all right, well, then I'm going to get it. Because half the people at work stay sick. They stay sick. They stay coming to work. And they think they're doing something because they brought a tissue box with them. And they come inside and then they cough on everybody. And then they get better and then we're all sick. And then you cough and they're like, are you okay? How dare you ask me if I'm okay? You disgusting. You don't ask me if I'm okay. You know you patient zero in here. People act like nobody keeps track. I'm petty. I keep track. I see somebody walk in and go, I'm like, all right. May 5th. No, if you petty, you do your own contact tracing. You know? I've been in break rooms before where I was watching somebody. I've been watching them all day. Okay. April 2nd. Then sure enough, I'm not following them. I'm going about my business. I'm doing my day. But anytime I see them, I see them. Anytime I see them, I watch them. I'm watching what they're doing. And then especially if they got the same break time as me and we're both in the break room, I'm like, all right. Trust me, if you sick in the office, I'm a Karen. I'm a Karen 100% of the way. I'm over here just... I'll literally be over here looking around the corner, see what you're touching. And not only, look, hey, when it comes to being sick in the office, not only am I a Karen, I'm a snitch too. Because then you go ahead and leave. I wrote April 2nd in my little notebook. And then somebody else come in to warm up their lunch from home. I'm like, don't touch, Deborah, just touch the microwave. Don't touch the microwave. You can Clorox it if you want, but Deborah, just touch that microwave. She been coughing. She been sneezing all day. All right, don't listen to me. No, ahead. Go ahead. Touch the buttons. Touch 3 minutes. Let's see what happens. And because I'm petty, I'll sit there and be like, all right, Pete, April 2nd. Touch the microwave. 2 minutes after Deborah. I don't even know what I'm gonna do with all these notes. I just have them. I bring it up because there's a cruise we're all worried about. There's a cruise. I'm not a doctor. I don't even know all the ways you can get sick. I used to think it was just ear, nose, and throat. And then I found out about other stuff and I got way more scared. I was like, oh. If you really looked into it, you could read about all sorts of diseases, especially you go to like medieval times and stuff like that. They used to do fillings different. Like when you need a filling in your tooth, they used to do fillings different. And when they did them this way for a really long time because they were like, oh, gold and some of these other metals, they last forever so they won't rust, so you don't have to worry about getting some sort of like, I don't know, infection in your mouth after you get the filling, right? But then the way that they would do them back in the day, because they didn't have state-of-the-art technology, there would sometimes be air pockets. And so then you would be walking around with that air pocket in your filling. And that air pocket would build up pressure over time, and that pressure would cause such an intense pain that you would feel like you were losing your mind. Like there's like documented stories of people going through so much pain, they feel like they're going crazy, and you don't attribute it to just the tooth. It's like a pain in your entire head. And then the tooth explodes. And you feel fine. That is one of the crazy... When I heard about that, I was losing my entire... When I heard that there were people, and multiple people, this happened to tons of people back in the day, where they would be going through this incredible pain, just like some of them weeks and weeks of pain, and then out of nowhere, their tooth would explode out of their mouth. they'd be like, oh, I can't take more. Ah, ow, ow, oh, my mouth hurt. Oh, bow. And then they went, huh. I think I'm fine. I think I'm actually okay. That's crazy. You would think if your tooth explodes, your head gotta go with it. Like, isn't that the whole thing of Mission Impossible? Where he's like, I'm gonna blow up your head, I'm gonna blow up your head. Unless Ethan brings me the rabbit's foot, I'm gonna blow up everybody's head in here. Then you have real teeth exploding and people are like, oh, wow, yeah. Okay. I guess I can carry on. No. That blew my mind. And so I don't know anything about medicine. I still don't even know if I know how to pronounce the hantavirus. People are catching the Hannah Montana, all right? I'm gonna call it the Hannah Montana because I don't know any facts about it. And I feel like when you don't know facts about something, but then you say the thing, then people think you know something. So I'm just gonna call it the Hannah Montana so everybody knows how ignorant I am to the entire thing. Now, I didn't even know what this was, but apparently you get it from rats, like all good plagues. Man. Yeah, apparently you get it from rats, and there was this couple that was in Argentina. This is all, look, so far, even with the way that we understand the story and the way that we're tracing it, is all a narrative that I'm not even sure what the source is from. We just know who got sick first, who passed away, and where they were beforehand. So this couple went bird watching in Argentina, and I guess one of the bird watching locations was a landfill. You know how bad you gotta want to see a bird? If I wanted to see a bird and somebody was like, oh, we gotta go to this landfill in Argentina, I'd be like, all right, I'll Google it, never mind. No, I'm good. And so anyway, they go to this place, they do the bird watching, which also, I wonder if birds like being watched. Do you ever wonder if birds think we're perverts? Or if they think we're on the hunt, like we eat birds. We, as humans, we eat birds. And so if you're a discerning bird, you don't know that we're just there to take a peek. You might be like, all right, they I don't know, they like chicken. And I'm a little chicken. I'm a tiny one that can fly. They might want some of this. I don't know. You know, just over here, binoculars on, being extra still. What if the bird always sees the bird watcher too? We always act like the bird is just like lit, but what if they're like, Is he? Is he laying in the grass with binoculars on? Does he think we can't? Does he think we can't see him? Because bird watchers come in all types. There's some bird watchers that'll just stand there with their binoculars and be like, huh, all right, joy, all right? And then there's these bird watchers who get like National Geographic with it. They get all low.
Yeah, I see you. Yeah, I see you. Lift those wings. You dirty birdie.
This bird just trying to go about his day. Sometimes a bird just lands somewhere. I feel like that's to just go ahead and get it over with the bird watcher. Sometimes a bird lands close and they're like, oh! I love that. I love when they're doing that thing. Of like, I once went on this hike against my will, and there was bird watchers. There were bird watchers with us, and every time there was a bird that landed, didn't matter how close or far away it was, the wife would turn to the husband like, Philip! Philip! Look. And then the wife would turn, as soon as she got his attention, he would look at the bird, she'd turn back and look at the bird and be like, and so these bird watchers went to Argentina. They went to a landfill. And then I guess they came in contact with a rat or something. And then they went on a cruise. They went on a cruise with people from all over the world. I've just never seen a weekend be the worst possible scenario. It feels like out of a movie. We're going to get in contact with this incredibly rare virus, and then we are going to go to the United Nations of Fun. And we're going to make sure that we're stuck with everybody there in the water, so it's like no one's leaving. So we have to give it to somebody. And then, sadly, I believe it was the husband passed away, and then the wife was gonna go ahead and leave. So then the wife left. She, I think, was examined or something like that. Might have been in South Africa, and then she was gonna take a flight. They were Dutch, and so I guess she was gonna take a flight from their home. So she's on the flight, and even in that part of the story, I was like, oh, a flight. A flight. Please tell me she didn't have a middle seat. A flight. And so I was like, okay. And look, clearly, it's not like people got on the boat knowing what this was. Clearly, when people were on the boat, and even when they were trying to handle the situation, they didn't know exactly what this was. But then she fell ill quickly, because he was 70, and I believe she was 69. And so then they're realizing, okay, people are getting sick on the boat, which is actually normal for a cruise. It's actually one of the most terrifying things about a cruise. It's like, hey, do you want to come be in a hotel where everybody can catch the same cough? We're going to be at sea, so there's nowhere to go. So if you know somebody's sick, you will get it, whatever it is. And so then they realized that people on the boat were getting sick, and then news got out to the rest of the world that wasn't on the boat. And we had to decide as people how we were going to behave. Because a lot of people are showing sides of them off of the news of this boat, saying things that I'm not saying. I am not saying this, but there were people that were like, okay, so they gotta live on the boat now, right? Like there were There were people who were like, because then obviously the people on the boat have their Wi-Fi and they're making TikToks and stuff like that, and some of them are getting play-by-plays about what's happening. They're like, just remember that we are that we're going through this thing too, and that we're human. We're not just a story and everything, which is reasonable. And then in the comments, there were people that were like, "Nah, you home? You." There were people in the comments being like, look, I will send you whatever you need. I will send you. And it doesn't help that the boat is full of people that are from all over the world. So this is immediately all over the world. Like if you think about it, if they were just like, hey, dock it and just let everybody go, that's the world. Because everybody's going back to almost all the countries, except maybe Argentina. I don't know. And that is terrifying because we did not handle COVID well. And so to get a pandemic-wise, it feels a little like Spider-Man to me, where it's like, we don't need a reboot so soon. Like, we all know who Uncle Ben is. You don't need to... Please don't kill Uncle Ben again in front of us. It's sad every time. It's always sad. We get it. We connect with Peter as a person because he lost Uncle Ben, but we don't need to... No. Please don't do it again. And we didn't do well. And you could even make the argument that we had better circumstances the last time. Obviously, we had horrible communication from like a government CDC level. We had horrible trust issues with every department of like government and science, and at the same time social was like creating a frenzy because then you didn't know who was reporting facts and who was just saying stuff or who was just saying what they think instead of waiting for like experts to come. And also the other thing is that science is hard. Like, science is difficult, so then science doesn't know right away. Like, if you actually talk to a scientist about a potential pandemic or about something really serious where a lot of people could get sick, a real scientist will tell you, I don't know yet. They won't have just answers for you right. That's someone telling you something that just acts like they know everything immediately. So that's how science works, which is unfortunate because we like answers now. We would love to know now, you know? It's like, I feel bad for doctors because in every case of a doctor trying to do their job, it's almost exactly like a UFC or a boxing match where if you watch combat sports, like I watch a lot of combat sports, and when you watch it, sometimes someone on one side will piece up the other person so effectively that even the referee is like, whew, we should bring the doctor in. And then the doctor checks you and goes, this person's still fit to fight or this person's not fit to fight. So sometimes the fight it comes to a conclusion through a doctor's stoppage, right? So that's not considered a knockout. It's still considered a win because you did that to them. But it's not considered like you gave up or anything. It's a doctor stoppage. And if you were to ask a doctor before the fight started, the doctor would probably be like, y'all shouldn't do any of this. You about to do what? This sounds like a horrible idea. That's terrible. And so then when the fight has started and people are getting kicked in the head, punched in the face, kicked in the head, tripped, pushed down, like choked a little bit, but then they let them go and then they slap, you know, all the stuff. And then the ref is like, look, you're doing a lot of winning right now. I'm just gonna make sure you're not winning so much you kill him. Let's bring the doctor in. I think if I was a doctor for a combat sport, I'd be like, oh, now you want to listen. Now you want to hear what I have to say. That's interesting. Because I remember telling everybody that nobody should be here. I remember that. Not only do I remember that, that was 8 minutes ago. I told you. You the one over here, ooh, like I told you not to do it. So now I gotta put the flashlight in your eye and go eye to eye and see if the other eye responds, or if not, you're like half brain dead or something like that. So now I gotta pretend on this farce with all of you that y'all listen to me. All right, your eye followed me the whole time. So clearly you can see eye to eye, and yeah, if you think in the 8 seconds I've been looking at you that you have learned karate, then yes. Yes, you're fit to fight. You're fit to continue to lose. And that's what this feels like, because it's like we might have another very big and bad thing on our hands. A lot of people, myself included, hope that it's not gonna be some huge ordeal. It just doesn't help the circumstances that we're in right now. We're not in fantastic circumstances, you know? I don't know exactly because I don't follow it closely enough. I just watch it when it's already happening. But I'm pretty sure the World Cup is in like a month. So then they already sent everybody in the world back out. And then everybody in the world gonna come here. And we haven't learned. We still nasty. We are still very nasty. We still got a lot of people don't know what a tissue is, don't know what a Clorox wipe is, never met soap. So I'm not doing that thing where I'm like, ooh, these people might bring it to us. It might be here, and we might kill them. I don't know. We are also nasty. There are people here who eat apples bottom up. We are also I'm not doing that thing where I'm like, oh no, what if people get us? It will probably be us getting us sick. And then us spreading it to the rest of the world because, you know, we got bird watchers here too. I don't know, because I genuinely feel for the people on the boat that's got to be terrifying, and then it's got to be crazy to then go home and people find out you were on the boat. You might not even bring it up. Imagine you don't even bring it up, which is impossible. Everyone that I know that's ever been on a cruise has brought it up. But imagine you don't even bring it up. You have the discernment, right? That you don't even bring it up. But then somebody like me, nosy, it's like, where were you May 3rd? May 3rd, Deborah. Because now imagine you get home and you were on that cruise and you don't even bring it up, but then somebody outs you as being on that cruise now for however long. This thing has an incubation period of up to like 8 weeks. So now for weeks and weeks and weeks, every time somebody around you, they're like, oh, hey, how you doing? No, how you been? How you been? You good? No, you don't want to walk around being treated like a pariah. That's terrible too. And then we are in a very rough position right now because we already, as people, as a country, as individuals, we're already doing our best, scraping to get by in spite of everything that is happening, everything that is going on. We got a war we don't understand, and the tariffs we don't understand. We don't know much. But we are all affected by somebody's kid. And so it scares me. I'll be honest with you. I'm nervous. I'm scared just like you're scared. And there's a part of me that wants to be incredibly optimistic and say, hey, we got through the last thing will get through this thing, right? But the truth of the matter is that everybody didn't get through the last thing, and there's a lot of things that could have been done better. There's a lot more honesty that we could have had with ourselves and each other. You know, you now look back at that time, and there was a couple people who they had it. Do you know what I mean? It's not even that big of a deal. Like, now we don't judge the way we'll judge. Right out of COVID, if somebody told you they had COVID and they still went and did something, you'd be like, oh, I didn't know you were a murderer. Okay, I didn't know you were a killer. No, that's good to know. No, I'm clocking that in my head that you're willing to kill everybody in the room. That's all right, all right. You bite kiwis in the face. I see you. I see you. No, you were bored and sick and wanted to go to the party and get everybody else sick. Okay, I know. I see you now, right? And so now, you know, people look back at that time and they don't have as much judgment for those moments because we're not in the same place in our minds as we were back then. But we also didn't have RFK Jr. as the head of Health and Human Services, and I think that's also a big difference. I mean, RFK Jr. out here looking like he's been training for this his whole life. And not to be the head of Health and Human Services, I'm saying he looked like he'd been training to see what every virus tastes like. That dude make me so nervous sometimes. I feel every time I see him shake hands with somebody, I'm like, RFK Jr. May 8th. No, every time. This dude over here tried to get sick, drinking raw milk for no reason, chasing it with a sewage swim. I've never seen somebody so dedicated to sickness. They need to stop doing that cartoon Mucinex and put RFK Jr. in there. Cause that's how you feel when you're sick. I hope nobody catches the Hannah Montana. But if you get it, I bet it feel like RFK Jr. twerking in your stomach. Because I can't act like I know what to do here. I'm not gonna pretend. I can't tell you what to do. All I can say is please remember yourself and your neighbor. Remember we got through one. We didn't get through with everybody, which is a tragedy. It is. I would never disregard the fact that we've lost people that we didn't need to lose through failures that we should learn from. But please, just remember to take care of each other and to wash your hands. I'm begging you to wash it. As soon as you weren't thinking about COVID anymore, people just walk. I've seen so many men walk right out of the bathroom and I'm like, that's a killer. That's a murderer right there.